What's going on, brothers and sisters? Here's the podcast opening.
We are mucus-free. 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 We are mucus-free.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the 75th episode of the Mucus-free Life podcast, special Unleashed edition. Professor Spira and Brother Air Unleashed. And today, we got a good one for you today. We're going to get into the psychology of the happy slave. Happy slavery is alive and well, particularly in one particular city in the United States. And we're going to explore the phenomenon of happy slavery, of people that love being slaves, that just cherish the opportunity to suffer in servitude to some master that don't even know that they exist. And we're going to get into that. And got a very special guest that's going to be joining us very soon here. But if you're brand new to the platform here, I'm Professor Spira. Practice something called the Mucus Diet Healing System for over 20. I got to start calculating in 22 years. But when I started it, I was over 300 pounds, suffering from all kinds of different ailments, from chronic headaches and migraines every day, and really bad hemorrhoids, and all kinds of great things that were just that I thought I was just supposed to experience, that this is just part of being from my bloodline, and I would just have to live like this and take pills all the time and put on oxygen mask at night. 20 years old, and sleep apnea, and that's what I thought that this would be all about. But luckily, I met the gentleman who I'll be bringing on here momentarily, and he introduced me to something called the Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. And that was the game-changing information that I was looking for in terms of what the foundation of human suffering is. First of all, the foundation of all human diseases and ailments and illnesses. It all has the same cause, the same fundamental cause. And that's constipation that comes from uneliminated, undigested food substances from generation over generation over generation. I don't want to hear people talking about, well, this was genetic. But what were they eating? And what were their parents eating? You talk about genetic, we're talking about constipation that's being passed on. And is that something that you want to pass on to the next generation? Or do you want to remove the constipation as best as you can while you have the chance now? That's what we're talking about, is get yourself clean out your colon, clean out your mind of all of the happy slave narratives, and really getting a chance to experience what it is to be sober. Most people never experience what it is to be sober. And I'm saying, if you have not gone a period of time without eating pus and mucus forming foods, you do not know what it's like to be sober. You are high, you're drunk, high, whatever terminology you want to use on this stimulant that is the foundation of human illness. So without further ado, let's bring them to the stage. Been practicing the Mucus's diet for generations, and the experimenter who's taking the practice of the Mucus's diet to a whole different level. Give it up for Brother Air. What's going on?
Hey, man. What's happening, Spira?
Yeah. So
Um,
what's happening? Where are you located at these days? Have you got on the Underground Railroad and
yeah,
liberated yourself?
I'm on it. I'm on it as we speak.
Yeah.
As we speak, a different railroad every day. So, but you said something about getting turned on to the mucusless diet, and wasn't it a great thing that for everybody? Wasn't it a great thing that I turned Spira on to the mucusless diet because of what we have now? You did. So that's why you have to, if you believe in this thing and you practice this thing, you have to always be open to give your spiel. And
Might want to mute that, or is that somebody
yeah,
else?
that's how he's calling, man. Yeah, I don't know. But
Can you mute the ringer?
yeah, well,
Put it on buzz or something.
I can let me see. That happened to me in a master class the other day. It was like 80 people in the master
Uh-huh.
class, and that went off, and I was like, "Hey," and
Let's see.
hold
What's going
on,
on, Natalie?
yeah, um,
What's up, Joel? Got JC in the house.
oh,
See, we got Andres in the house. I know Brady's on here somewhere.
yeah, but what I was saying was, it's a wonderful thing, man. Always have your spiel ready for those who might listen, because you never know who you're talking to, who can be inspired to take this thing to another level. And that's what happened when I uh, ran into Spira and Ryan Wells, uh, eating chicken wings like they
Yeah,
were crazy.
yeah. I mean,
And I turned them on to, like, hey, y'all are committing a big disservice to yourself. And Ryan had already had the talk before.
yeah.
Um, and here it was, both of them together. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I never asked you that. Would have affected you and Ryan being into it and getting into it again together? If he wouldn't have maybe got into it, would
No, because we kind of independent after having the talk with you. We independently got into it, and then we kind of talked, and we both found out that we had got the book, or that we had started, because we kind of didn't really talk like right after. I don't think we had talked for maybe a couple weeks after that session. And so I
mm,
kind of went and got into it my way. He had went and got into it his way. So he had got the book and kind of really started just practicing what was in the book. And I did what I always tell people not to do, which I ate nothing but fruit for a week, just to see if I die. That was kind of my attitude. I was like, man, let me see what this is. And but in my case, I was like one of the lucky few where I was constipated enough where I could handle that. And then as long as I came back to the transition and got the book and did everything properly, but that initial kickoff. But some people you can't handle that. It wouldn't be able to handle that kind of initial kickoff with no transition. But but yeah, no, we were pretty independent, and we were kind of, I mean, almost surprised like by each other when we came together and talked, and was like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this and that. It's like, oh, what you doing? And so we kind of were putting it together that we were both getting into the practice in our own way in those early time. But
And Ryan is still, I mean, he's like a vegan kind of mucusless diet-ish. He still knows a lot, and but he's kind of he's not eating meat. Let's just say that he's not eating meat and he's not eating dairy. But so, but
yeah.
it's deep. Even to the like we were talking about the 2019, the first was that 2018,
2018, yeah, first
yeah,
year.
we did, and half of those folks that were, I mean, doing presentations, talking mucusless diet, on around. You dig? So it's a hard thing to maintain, but what we wanted to come together today was to talk about Cincinnati, Ohio, and the slave uprising. And when I say uprising, I mean those who really, like Spira was talking about, happy, celebrate. It's like a celebration of ignorance, of really being a slave. They celebrate it.
Yeah.
And we're from there. And so it just all came as one of those so-called practitioners who's not around. It all came crashing down, and the Ku Klux Klan showed up. The meat company showed up, and I mean it was just as backwardsism as anywhere in the country could get, all within a week.
Yeah.
Of what was going on.
So here's this place that we talking about. This is Country Meat Company. So this is the first Black-owned, allegedly, the first Black-owned grocery store in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is 2025. Now, you might watch this and think that it's like 1957 or something, but it's
1940.
40, yeah.
I mean,
and
man, this was just
yeah. I think that's the owner right there.
Yeah. He's just so proud of himself.
So proud. Just holding his head of a pig. Just no consciousness. What do
you say? They shoot horses.
They shoot horses, don't they? Right.
I mean, look at that. And in 2025, that's what you promote.
Like, that's as far, yeah. And
that's Cincinnati.
There's been such an outpouring of love. They were saying, we are still making history while helping our community. This was somebody, just a random person, said local entrepreneurs opened the Country Meat Company Marketplace in the refurbished Avondale Town Center in Cincinnati, Ohio, on April 23rd, 2024. I think it was 2025, or no, or was that last? I don't know.
And you know what street is on? Reading Road.
Right. Yeah, Reading Road, Reading Road. Well, and Avondale is the city you grew up in, right? Or the village, whatever.
Yeah.
And so this is.
Yeah.
So this was all over the news. Here we go. Hundreds of people showed up
Oh man, look at him cutting the ribbon and just this is just it doesn't get any better than this in terms of progression and the movement.
Yeah.
You know, uh, we shall overcome. You know, and all of that stuff just teary eyed. You know, this is just a special day. And go ahead.
Yeah.
Star of Avondale. A
So
full-service
people have to let me
grocery
know if you can hear this without a.
What's it mean that this is now open?
Yeah, I can hear it.
I'm super excited just because it's for us.
Ebony J was one of the first shoppers inside the new country meat
This
co-op place off Reading Road.
I'm trying to get some chicken.
The whole food
Trying to
desert
get
in
some
Avondale has come to an end.
Since Aldi closed in 2008, big-name grocers have avoided the predominantly black neighborhood until the Bryants opened the checkout.
Oh,
And they're
man.
making it look easy, but it is hard. So this crowd has to be here every day.
It's not just about the fact that Avondale now has a place to shop. Part of the business plan is keeping this grocery store a vibrant community hub.
I think it's very significant for us to do it for the culture, also to help within the community, bring everyone together, show that it can be done.
Now, right there, I gotta stop them right there. I'm sick and tired of hearing people say the culture.
Yeah.
Like it's this noun, like we're doing things for the culture. If you want to do things for the culture, go do the anima with the 50 lemons and clean out, just the culture.
Well, their culture is. I'm getting that echo
Oh, okay, yeah.
on my end.
Yeah, this should be better.
Can you
Say what you're saying.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I was getting an echo, but yeah. Well, I mean, the deaf culture that they worship and feed into,
Right.
and so that was part of what we wanted to do today, was to trash this trash receptacle city. This it's like if it just wasn't here anymore, we wouldn't miss anything. The city. That's how bad it is. Yeah, that's how bad it is in Cincinnati, man. It's so backwards. It's backwardsism de jour. And so
Yeah, I mean, there's out this pathetic. They just have it. They kind of got. That's like one. That's less like a half a box of some fruit of a little.
they go to the same place we go.
Yeah.
Down there in Freeze. That's where they get their stuff from. So I mean, it wasn't nothing special about that.
No. I mean, but it's such a small little amount of produce, and then just the whole meat section is just
unmatched.
Yeah.
We got everything that walks on four, and so yeah, But this is
what, and when we talk about happy slavery, because I use that word like this, we want to put a face to that concept. Like all these people who are oppressed, who are living in this delusion, are far too happy. I mean, there's nothing to clap about or celebrate.
There's the Nation of Islam standing there.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
So I guess the pig thing is not a big deal.
Oh no,
anymore.
They want to be wherever it is. There's a gang of black people gathering because we gotta sell some magazines and some incense. That's the Nation of Islam, opportunists. They don't represent anything anymore. They used to have a little integrity, but it's like like I say, man, this is the fiber of the country, man, of what we're dealing with, man, and why we have to be so vigilant at, you know, it's like having our barrel pointing at the right uh, at the right target.
Right.
You dig? We gotta really understand what this thing is and how can we get some change going, like some real change. We were just talking about, you know, the people in this in the sovereignty thing, and that whole how people stand up and wanna show their cards of Wapata or whatever it is. And it's like, you know, what did you say, Spira, about the choose your master?
Yeah. I mean, I mean that's a whole other topic.
Yeah,
That's a very, because that's just
it's
such
slavery.
a small,
It's slavery.
Yeah.
It's a form of slavery.
Yeah.
It's like we switch slave owners.
Right.
We just switch them. We switch them. Okay, now you're the master. You did, and so we, you know, we in such a bad shape, and no one really knows what to do on how to make any inroads. What we're claiming is, let's start with your physiology.
Right.
That just makes sense. Let's start there and see where that takes us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like my question is, what has to happen for somebody to no longer want to be a slave? I mean, that's the question. Like, what? Because we meet a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that would never do what is necessary to emancipate themselves. They have totally accepted, and not only have accepted, but have learned to enjoy their servitude.
30 years. Put in 30 years.
Yeah.
Put in 30 years and celebrate. You know, I mean, slavery is, they can shield it and call it something else. You know, it's called putting in those good years of dedication.
Yeah, but even as you say that's to younger generations already know what you're talking about, because those type of jobs don't exist anymore. That pension system, that work at one place for a long time, and they're going to take care of you when you're decrepit, and they've worked you to the bone, and you know, it's like that doesn't even exist anymore. That's, you know, because there's no incentive for companies to hire people and then pay them pensions.
What do the young people have to look forward to in terms of what are they plugging into?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that why they so shroomed out and whatever?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're plugged into. They got like a direct plug into a different part of the matrix. If we talk about if your generation, if they was plugged into the Procter and Gamble matrix, then you know, the younger generation is tapped into the lifestyles of the rich and famous, like the modern version of that. They really
believe in era too. They really, you know, younger generations really believe in their era. You know, it's like they really don't think They really believe that their era is bringing something to the table.
Right.
When all I see is they haven't developed taste. You know, I mean, even just basic taste. You know, when it comes to music or just the arts, the visionary way of looking at life, and some longevity to it. They don't have any clue of what they want to see the society grow to. You
Right.
did. You know, when they can buy an $8,000 Gucci bag and act as though that's an accomplishment of success. Now we done got way out there. I mean,
but another thing that once you start, which would probably lead into what you were going to talk about before, later, is if you compare the amount of people that have mental illness that would be considered that have real symptoms of what we would call depression, that's almost everybody now. Like, and was it like that in the 50s or the 60s?
It's even the everybody is affected in some way. Mental illness, indoctrination is what we are dealing with these indoctrinations that have become subconscious, deep psyche, like regenerational. There's no new models of we're not even going to the moon anymore. You know what I mean? It's like we don't even we could care less about what is NASA doing. whatever happened to NASA? I mean, we used to be interested on all fronts,
Yeah.
Some level. Now it's like, well, the internet, the digital, the satellites, that's enough. We've turned you into a human app, and we're good with that.
Right.
You're a human app now. So,
I mean, and my thing is it's to be enslaved and to think that there's to either to for one not know it. Those are the most frustrating. To not even know it. Then the next stage, you get the people that know something's wrong, can't quite put their finger on it. Like, what this ain't right. It's something's wrong. Let's uprise. Let's do that. But after my coffee break,
that's the conscious. That's the conscious. The so-called, as we call them, the so-called conscious folks. They can dress the part. You dig? Yeah. They can dress the part, but they're not. You give them behind closed doors, and they just as sick and degenerate as everybody else. You dig? So I mean, it's very few people that we can look up to, and that you would want in the trenches with you.
Right.
I mean, a handful of people that you would want in the trenches with you.
Well, and that's why half the time I like we say, get out of the way and let as the floods come through and the plagues, the pestilence, the large numbers.
The fires have been the thing lately.
Yeah. I mean, that's because that's what's frustrating to us is there's no, it's like this is the missing link of consciousness, is having no understanding that what you are putting into your body has that kind of effect on not only your body, but your environment, your ecology, and the vibration spread all around the world, out into the cosmos.
They don't make the connection between human behavior. You know how we make that connect. We've been making that connection for years. Vic used to talk about it all the time. I talk about it all the time. You talk about it all the time. This human behavior is connected. You know, like we say, the people who can, you know, they'll do an autopsy and they'll say, yeah, well, you know, we've seen traces of cocaine and amphetamine, and you know, but what about traces of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and mac and cheese? You see, they don't have that kind of understanding to deal with human behavior, and that's what we're trying to do, and we will go down all the way until they make those connections.
Yeah, there's no. It's like, okay, here's your little meat, here's all your garbage, but then when the murders happen, there's why did it happen? Why did people get? Because I mean, there's just horrific. When you start talking about, I mean, it's every city. But when you start telling me about the Cincinnati murders, I'm like, what? You know, it's just like a little extra psychopathy on top of the murder in Cincinnati. It's like it's just a little nastier. We just
it's ridiculousness. It's I mean, it's like, huh? Like you have to listen to that. Like why did there's no even hood reason for it. You know what I mean? It's like it takes on a whole nother kind of physiology. You do know we have Rowleys and White Castles in Cincinnati, so and those businesses thrive in Cincinnati. So
right, because what was that story of a pregnant woman and the guy what murdered her on the bridge or something?
Yeah, that was 3-4 years ago. It was just unbelievable. And who was it? Somebody told me they'd seen him. They'd seen him. I said the child was in like a carriage or something or something, and they walked to the bridge and he ended up.
And I don't know if this is even the one, but
throwing the woman off the bridge or something like that. What and the baby? It was just weird, man. And you know, the weirdest things. You know, like they say, it's a great place. Cincinnati is a great place to be from. You know, but
just junk. I mean, I mean, that's any grocery store, but I mean, just junk
everywhere.
Junk.
It's everywhere, and it's
happened to a Slim Jim. You know, people.
Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, it's let's celebrate it. Let's look at all the heavy set people. This is normal.
Right. And like we said, we can, face mask on, be careful. I mean, face mask, and you're literally buying feces ridden tissues.
Yeah, dead
Dead.
bloody carcasses, and you got a face mask on as though something is going to infect you. Airborne, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, it's just
this place is an embarrassment. It is an embarrassment on the legacy of African people,
yeah.
Black people, colored people, whatever, African American. It is an embarrassment, and it shows no progress. It is simply lay down and wallow in the slavery pool that they've opened up for us, that we can wallow in. So these are the opportunities that the master has given us to wallow in this.
Right.
And so you will go down in history as a handkerchief head organization. There's nothing to celebrate. There's nothing good about what you're doing. You're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to any conscious. The problem is there's no conscious people around in Cincinnati that really pick up.
There was, and the majority didn't listen to them, and so they all left.
They all
Anybody that's halfway conscious is treated very poorly by the so-called.
We do have the mothership now, and that's but they're talking about leaving.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot. It's like a lost cause. I mean, I just look at it as it's a lost cause. If it hadn't got itself together by now.
Right.
I mean, you had 70s, 80s, 90s. You had access to everybody in the lineage, and didn't get it together.
One place can't help the sad sinking ship.
Yeah. I mean, that's like pillar of salt. Let Babylon fall.
Yeah.
Don't look back.
Yeah, don't look back. Yeah. This is so much for us to be proud of from our hometown, Spira.
Yeah.
This is such. Oh man, we should just be looking at so much progress. And as my great grandmother used to say, who was born in 1886, and she used to say, "It's a sin and a shame."
Mm-hmm.
That's a sin and a shame.
Yeah.
A sin and a shame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All wrapped up here. Here's Clyde Gray right there.
Oh, was that Clyde?
Yeah, I think they got a better shot of him in a second, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's talking. He's up there.
Okay. Yeah. He doesn't know anything. He's just as zombied out as the rest of them. Like we say, a celebration of ignorance. And so yeah, that that's the Cincinnati we know. And try not to, if you come in that way, just drive through. Don't even stop.
Right.
Don't support any events that's there. You know, don't come from out of town and support any events. They have a music festival every year. Don't come and support it, because it's some more. I mean, it's done in real slave fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you talking about the gathering of zombies, the slave master and the gatherer of zombies. Boy, it you know doesn't get any better than how they do that.
I think Janet just canceled. I think she was going to headline the jazz festival this year. I think she canceled her. I don't know. I saw that in a post somewhere where Earth, Wind and Fire doing some.
Yeah.
Doing
these I mean, these nothing bands that are glorified cover bands.
Yeah.
Or as you say, karaoke.
Well, some of them are, it's karaoke kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But it's just is because what we're trying to encourage people to do, if you have a higher standard, then you're not going to enjoy like you're not going to enjoy doing the things that's going to lead to your own demise, to your own suffering. You're not going to find it as funny or as endearing, or it's just you're going to be. Now, we were saying if we would have if we would have known about this, you would have been able to.
Oh, we would have been there. We would have been there,
and we would have been playing, doing
protest,
playing in protest. And like, so this whole thing, we'd have just put a nice dark cloud over this whole situation here.
Oh yeah, that would have been perfect for us. Mm-hmm. Oh man, all them people. Oh man,
it's like news. Come interview us. Like, why are we doing what we're doing? To ruin, because everybody just automatically has this attitude that you just supposed to support it, and it's such a good thing, and it's like, oh, look at how far our people have come. Just backwards.
It's backwardsism. Yeah. It's too late for that. That should have been some 1970s going into from that, at that level. And I'm not condoning the meat and all that, but I'm just talking about that should have been then. As far as just, okay, we're making progress. We're trying to build. We're trying to do, we're trying to do something. We don't have all the know-how yet, but but almost 50, almost 60 years later, this is the best you can do. As far as showing some kind of progress in a blighted ass community such as Avondale. I mean, it's like, nobody want to come up there and shop.
Yeah. So this is.
Yeah. Same old silly people assigning value to worthless things. Yeah. So, I mean, that's where our anger is. I mean, folks would ask, like, man, why y'all doing this? Like, why y'all?
Yeah, right. You're so negative.
We had to, first of all, we had to do this. We had to do this one. We had to do this one, and this was just like, we want to show and hope that the folks in Cincinnati can get a hold of the video and watch it. Because we were talking about all the consciousness people, which is very, I mean, I can't even say anything about, because even the folks who tried to practice the mucus diet from Cincinnati have showed up. They've showed out to be phonies, and a bunch of backsliders and prostitutes and so it's like the one city. I mean, when I got here to where I'm at, I got recognized at a drum clinic. Never in Cincinnati.
Right.
Nobody ever. I think we were down at the Blinks one year, and some people recognized us together.
Right.
Those were
yeah. When we're out of town, we get recognized
all the time,
all over the place.
I get here, man, and
I mean, because I'm down in Miami. I walk up the street, hey, Spirit, be anywhere else but here.
But Cincinnati, oh man, nobody cares what we're trying to do, or they can have organizations, can bring in everybody, all these health gurus. We never get the call unless they want us to do something free.
Yeah.
See? And but they can pay all the other rhetoric people with no real solutions. We know that dealing with your physiology will answer some real heavy issues in your life. We know that. Are you ready? Are you ready to face them? Are you ready to get? So yeah, man. That's
the thing. It's like if the kind of effort and resources that went into the country meat company was put into some kind of organization or space that had fresh fruits and vegetables, have a nice little colonic system in the back, have
a little massage chair and
the massage chair. I mean, if they really wanted to be progressive, you could have a little
station where you can books on tape and
a little book section.
Chandler Williams, Destruction of the Black Civilization on video, or something.
Miseducation
we're not
of a
talking
Negro.
about expensive stuff. We're not talking about expensive stuff.
No. I mean, it's just it takes the consciousness and the desire and the will to want to do it. But you can't, you can't get a loan for that. You can get a loan for this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It'd be like, hey, I want to open up a conscious health center for Black people in the community, a cultural center.
Well, that's what I was saying about the mothership, is about the closest thing to that.
Yeah.
If I have to quote it and always say, if they want it to be, as they have an agenda of larger capacities that they want to deal with. So, I mean, nobody has love for Cincinnati. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
and that's to be expected. Cincinnati ain't showed us no love.
Right. Oh, not at all. I mean, people are just generally uncomfortable when we're around. I mean,
When
that's
we're
just
around,
the whole
yeah.
Cincinnati thing. And because they want to be in that delusion. As long as you want to stay in that delusion, then it's uncomfortable around us. But just to give everybody a quick little history on Cincinnati, when we call it Porkopolis, that's the beloved nickname of Cincinnati, Ohio, because it used to be the meat processing city for the country.
For
It
the
was
country,
the
right,
spot.
right. Porkopolis. I mean,
Porkopolis. And you literally
and that meat company opening video with them holding a pig was so antebellum that went along with the Porkopolis type of theme of 200 or 300 years ago. I mean, man, no, where's the progress, man?
Yeah.
It's like we don't have a problem with the oppressor. We just mad we not the oppressor. So now we get a chance to do something, and we're gonna do exactly like those who oppress us.
Yeah, I mean, literally the city of pigs, Cincinnati. It's like,
They had the pig. You remember when
because they had
pigs were put around at every this pig statues.
Well, yeah, that's the flying pig.
Yeah, the flying pig. Yeah.
We actually do
show them. I mean, they were like at every little office building.
And just all these.
And they had a contest for who could build the most ingenious pig. And then after the contest was over, they start putting them at different places all over the city.
Yeah, and they're just really ugly. These ones.
Oh man, I mean, no pig. Sorry, Mr.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally put. I mean, I saw maybe a couple that weren't hideous, but I don't know. These are.
I mean, it was just everywhere, man. You would see it, you sitting down, having some tea.
If you in the city and you walking around, you're gonna
see pigs everywhere, and you might not know what's happening. That's what's happening.
Well, man.
Celebrate the dead pig. That
because the pigs used to have
with your skyline
chili
while you eating it, looking at the pig.
Right.
Man, it's so backwards. It's so backwards. I mean,
and they used to literally have pigs would just be running all through the city.
Oh man, I mean,
the escaped pigs.
I mean, we've seen that as in the last 10 years, man. Pigs, remember the cow?
Yeah.
Remember the cow running through the streets of Cincinnati?
Yeah.
That was just recently, Then escape from the meat packing plant. Or the slaughter or whatever, and they're running. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I don't see him celebrating this legacy of Cincinnati. This part of it's like they'll talk about the flying pigs and flying pig marathon. How about the cons marathon in here with the meatpacking marathon?
The Khan family, man, were some filthy people. They was, I mean, and Cincinnati has a legacy of wealthy, rich millionaires, presidents like Taft. All these are Cincinnati people, and bunch of ignorant gluttons, degenerates, racists.
Yeah. 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 That's what we're dealing with here. Let's see, give a shout out to Danny Michael hooking it up with the super chat, man. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, Danny. How you feeling, Danny?
Yeah. So yeah, so this is the environment that we this birthed the practice of the mucus diet healing system for the modern era in Cincinnati, Ohio. Coming out of this, so this is gives you that the historical context because it makes sense. So you kind of take a step back and you look at it when you're in this environment with this level of ignorance, buffoonery, happy slavism. And say, like in my case, when I came along, it made it very easy for me to not want to be a part of that. So I didn't feel like where some people feel like they're missing something, or I can't hang out with my friends, or this, or I'm missing out on so much. It was like I used it as fuel to just try to go harder. It is like, how can I go harder? What can I do to just not not be associated
and
with
that drives a wedge between any kind of connections that you're gonna have with your psychopaths, your zombies. I mean, we still are out here, and the zombies are they're out here by the by the buildings. I mean, you look at the skyscrapers and the buildings full of offices, zombies.
Right.
99 boy, that's a sad commentary. 99.9% are zombies. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but
I typed in Cincinnati zombies and there's stuff for it.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I love his like probably Halloween stuff.
Oh well.
But this gives people an opportunity to see what we see, because this is how it looks to us all the time.
All the time.
You know,
ridiculousness, filth, degeneracy, slothfulness, just pure ignorance, racist, don't even know that they're racist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most of them don't have no clue that they're racist. You know, and
well, speaking of racist in Cincinnati, so we recently had a
oh man,
they had a demonstration, and this happened 12-minute drive away from the house that I grew up in and where I grew up. And so all these, and this made national news. So they had this neo-Nazi, guess YouTube. I probably don't like that word, whatever. The neo-Nazi. I don't know another word. I can't even make up a fake word for that. Their censors are so damn sensitive.
I mean, it's modern Ku Klux Klan. I mean, it's just a modern Ku Klux Klan type of rally, basically.
Yeah. So this is, they said, so somebody must have told them, like you said, the police. Somebody gave them a tip, like,
police,
hey,
the police
put your flags up. So when you're driving, this is I-75.
Yeah, they picked the site. They picked the police, the Evendale police. Somebody on there picked the site and told them, you know, this would be good. This would be perfect for, you know, for
So
what
the
y'all
love.
want to do.
Yeah. So I mean, but this was, and I had to see if I find a little video clip of it, because there was like the day of, it was this tussle, but then the real funny thing was 24 hours later, everybody had already gone home, everything was good. All these guys showed up, the black folks showed up 24 hours later with their sawed-off shotguns and the AK-47s.
Yeah, like they were gonna do something.
Yeah, just look at, like, you guys are, you're 24 hours late.
And that's why we doing this today. This piece today was that this angered us to the point where we know that if that would have happened at any other time in history, there would have been a report of somebody getting their ass whooped, at least.
Right.
Somebody launching their foot off in somebody's ass. What happened on that day? Nobody got touched. Nobody got dealt with. And that's why that angered me and Spira more so than anything. We was like, wait a minute, this was just too passive. It's just too passive. And for those people to come out the next day in such the fakery of a show of not being afraid, you're a little bit too late. You're 24 hours too late. There's nothing to fight. There's nothing to fight. What you gonna fight? Who you gonna shoot? You're scaring the kids. They're walking around, going back and forth to school. You got AK-47s on your hip talking about, I'm gonna walk y'all to school. It's like, come on, man. Ain't nobody after y'all now. But when they was there, why couldn't you put your AK-47 on? You're a block away from your house. You live in Lincoln Heights. That little bypass is a block or two away from Lincoln Heights and Lockwood.
Yeah, here's some of that footage of them, like, 20 the next day, like the next day showing up.
Clowns.
Sawed-off shotguns and all kinds of just
slingshots and shit.
Right.
Out of here. You old jive ass handkerchief head coons. That's all they are. Okay. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, what they doing here? Police. Oh, they can be here. It's not against the law.
And the police helped them load up their truck so they could get out of there safely.
Gave them coupons to Wendy's, and before they go back to Indiana or wherever they were from. But the thing was that they had friends down here in Evendale Police Department.
Oh yeah, well, Evendale, because that was the city that the police officer that killed Timothy Thomas went to Evendale.
Yeah.
Because I remember that, because Roach, yeah. Evendale picked him up, and because I remember,
he ended up the next year. He ended up getting best police of the year, policeman of the year.
Yeah,
it's like, wait a minute. 1 year he proved to y'all that he was the best cop. Y'all know it wasn't that he proved us. We're just congratulating him for shooting that nigga.
Right.
We letting him know, like, we undercover. We wink, wink.
Yeah. I mean, it's all hooked up, and I mean, do we even have to? I guess we do have to talk about it because people don't know. But it's like, come on, just the history of the Ku Klux Klan, like you said, the neo-Nazis. Now, it it's all part of the same constipated.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, they're just a bunch of disgusting, reprobate type of filthy people that you know, I mean, they don't represent anything. So, I mean, you know, but yeah, we definitely did not show out that day. As for what they doing here? What you mean? What they doing here? They don't like your ass. That's what they doing here. Very opposite. What they doing here? Why they? Man, look. They've been trying to tell you for centuries, we don't like you. You know, the only relationship that you can have to us is entrepreneur to patron. You know, that's the only relationship we want to have with you all. What did I see the little reel? I sent you the little reel of the little they interviewing the little boy in Bensonhurst. I mean what was the neighborhood up in Illinois? Oh man, my people from Illinois used to talk about it. But they asked the little white boy, and he's talking about, man, we can all, you know, get along. I love some black guys, and I know some colors. I know some colors that I like. And he's saying we should be talking. He said the protesting is what's the problem. We should be talking. And so the guy, the interviewer asked him, he said, what if 10 or 20 families showed up to I can't think of the neighborhood, whatever the neighborhood they lived in, and he just immediately he said they would be killed.
Right.
He didn't even hesitate. Oh, they would be killed. You know, like wait a minute, here this brother was trying to talk about let's work it out and let's try to come, but he said if they show up to live in my neighborhood, they would be killed.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even hesitate. Oh, they would be killed. You know, young little 13, 14-year-old boy. Oh, they would be killed. You know, I want to work things out.
I'm gonna play so this is. I'm sure this will get us demonetized for this video.
I mean,
but
you know.
it is what it is. But I wanted to show this because this reminds me of the guy when I locked the key in the car in Indiana, and we was this reminds me of the white dude that we was dealing with. Was this guy. So now I will say, anybody, if you got kids watching, there's a little profanity in here. So maybe start mute it or put the kids outside if that's something that you're worried about. But I want to
let your kids hear the truth.
Yeah.
The truth will set them free.
All right, so I'm gonna turn the sound on, so we won't be able to talk, or at least I want that, and then I'll turn it off.
All right.
Let's see here. All right.
The nigga, cooking with the nigga. Hey, I bet my food can steal your nigga.
First, we start off making watermelon chicken. We cut out the watermelon, put it in some breadcrumbs, and let that bitch sizzle. That should guarantee to make your nigga's mouth water. Next up, we got the chicken. The seasonings we're gonna use today is Hennessy, grape Kool-Aid. Flip that bitch over, and you know we can't forget the Black and Milds. After we're done seasoning up my chicken, put that bitch in the oven, let it cook. Voila! There she is, sitting all pretty. Now it's time to cook up some cornbread that yo nigga is for surely gonna love. Get some corn and bread and start mushing it together. Once your bread is all mixed in with the corn, go ahead and throw that in the microwave, and there we go, we got some fresh cornbread. Now you can't forget the hood drink. To make the special hood juice, you need Hennessy, Kool-Aid, Black and Milds, and of course the watermelon, nigga. Blend that bitch up and get ready to sip. Now that it's all cooked, it's time to enjoy my nigga feast. That fried watermelon is bussin', nigga.
Oh, no.
Cooking with the nigga.
Hennessy, a Black and Mild.
I see put some Hennessy, somebody's asking some Cavassier, and she had some Kool-Aid. I was like, dang, you know, like, that just like.
But yeah, but that's an old that was like an old throwback to.
Yeah, well, I mean, old throwback into a modern time of we're back here again.
Yeah, it's like the full circle.
We're back here again, man. We're back here again. Here we are, talking about the same old stuff.
Yeah, there's no elevation. It's like just where's the elevation? No elevation. No.
Oh, you can't elevate because you're not physiologically doing anything to elevate.
Right.
You know, I mean, when you're opening up butcher shops and that's your form of elevation.
Right.
That's like you know the Ford Model T trying to fly. You know what I mean? Like, it's never gonna get off the ground, man. It's always gonna be this celebration of ignorance that we assign value to, and it's like this go. You know, they want us to go for this head fake, and Europeans come out and stand behind that. Like, you know, because the banks are involved and somebody's getting paid every month, and they this is a thriving community. It's just y'all are just putting back so much into the community, and there's nothing better than your massa patting you on the back for a job well done. Oh man, it doesn't get no better than that. So
here's a good one. I don't think we haven't done this before. Cincinnati gentrification before and after. So this is back down memory lane here.
Is that Vine and Race and all them streets down there?
Because I remember all of the before, all the before pictures. But see, but some people are like, well, isn't that a good thing that they fixed the area up? It's like it's the way that they do it, the way that they force people out, people that don't have resources, that you know it's they're not helping these people in a way that could actually elevate anything. It's like, well, let's just throw them someplace else or kind of force them up in this direction. And
90% of regentrification is not elevating businesses that elevate anyway. They're just a bunch of eateries of mucus and pus.
Right.
You know, they're not anything that is elevating the community anyway.
No.
So it's almost like they're not elevating their own community. What makes you think they're going to elevate your community?
Right.
degeneracy is normality to them.
Right.
They love it. They wallow in it.
Right.
You dig? I mean, that's where we at. You know, that's where we at, man. Where, you know, I mean, those things.
It's like people really gotta encourage people to study the history of ghetto, of the concept, the real word, the original concept and phenomenon of ghetto and the ghettoization of people, redlining, and the way in which all this stuff took place from a legal standpoint. People just think that everything just happens naturally and it's just just the plight of the people. And it's like, no, this everything that we're dealing with here, this playground of ignorance that we've been witnessing, has been meticulously designed to the smallest detail.
Yes.
No stone left unturned. Every little piece, including the level of suffering, including the being happy for no reason, and the get carted off to the hospital, get over here, get carted off to jail, this is all part of a design. And it's a design to keep you in this loop. You get stuck literally in this time loop where you can't get out of it. Some people define that as hell. That's the definition of hell in some traditions. You're stuck in this loop. You can't get out of it. And you're just like, over and over again.
Check this out. Is there, when black folks talk about how white folks, you see, this is definitely nothing we're trying to bring up as a white and black thing, but it is. I mean, when you start thinking, is there a way that when we talk about, we say, well, white boys, white, how they think? Is there a way that they think that we know, that we talk about in the community is, oh man, you know how white folks is. This is the conversation now. Oh, you know how white folks are.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean
what is that? What is okay?
It doesn't mean nothing because
it means something to those black folks who are saying it because they're relating to it. And they are, yeah, man. Well, yeah, I understand. Well, you know how white folks are. Is there a white consciousness that is? Well, the way I look at it is, when they say that, when black folks talk like that, they're talking about ignorance.
Well, I mean, ignorance, entitlement, there's different words you could throw around for that.
Well, my thing is, don't look at it. Don't look at it as entitlement, because they are ignorant to that kind of feeling of entitlement. They feel like they had to work for whatever it is they've gotten. Nobody's giving them anything.
I mean, my problem with the kind of the racialist frame of that line of thinking is you could look at the thing from a class perspective, because I go with a whole group of white people that is working class, and they're going to be saying they're saying that same thing about their masters, about the people they work for, and they're just accepting it. Where it's just like, oh, well, that's just how they are, talking about the pencil pushers and the white collar people and the bosses or the people in the government, or there's always this dynamic of people wanting to separate themselves.
It's different levels. It's different levels to that when black folks say it, because you come with that white kind of privileged thinking, that black folks don't come with.
Yeah, but I guess the question would be, what's going to stand the test of time? Because again, these younger generations don't look at it like that, and they don't talk like that.
Well, I mean,
they still talk about the class. They still will talk from the class perspective. That hasn't gone anywhere and isn't going anywhere. That more race perspective, that's kind of going. That's going somewhere.
It's not gone.
Well, not the phenomenon of it isn't gone, but I'm saying the talking about it that way, or the thinking about it that way.
It's spoken and it's felt differently from younger people. And I'm saying, when you say younger, we're talking like 40s, like 40s and under.
40s and under, 35 and under.
Yeah. So they have a way of thinking about life with less of that involved, but it can rear its ugly head when needed.
Well, it does, but that's a problem. It's stuff I used to talk about, because when you try to have a post-racial paradigm, when it comes up, you no longer have a way to discuss it. You no longer have a way to know what you're looking at. And so that's just a problem, and I've just had in general with the education, younger people and that kind of stuff. But well, I'm going to lose that battle, so I don't even talk about it no more.
That the whole internet education, just having that as an access, is a whole nother kind of.
I think they banned all the classes that I used to teach are pretty much banned now by the federal government. You're not allowed to talk about race in a class. You're not allowed to. My whole class was getting into the topic in a meaningful way. That's like, well, let's really interrogate it and look at it.
And it should be talked about, because it's not eliminated. It should be discussed, because it's not eliminated, and it's not and it's still in effect in a real.
Well, and it gets.
Show me a white hood.
Well, I could show you that. There's a bunch of that on the internet, but
Well, I mean, you have to go on the internet. I'm talking about in Cincinnati. I don't think it's other than maybe Price Hill, a part of, well, not even Price Hill anymore. But I'm just saying that that's a different conversation now than as far as what we see and how people are processing the whole. Because they definitely are in love with each other. Because you see plenty of interracial love making and baby making. Now, I don't know how long that'll stay together, if they're going to live for 20 or 30 years together, But
well, nobody's living, because people aren't. That's not how things are designed now anymore. Like, that's not. People aren't doing that. Just in general, it doesn't even have nothing to do with race.
Right.
Like that's not what's happening.
You say the whole relationship thing is just, that's done dwindled, and nobody's getting married anymore.
Well, I mean, which to me is kind of that's because I just totally disagree with getting married by the state. Allowing the state to have anything to do,
because I didn't do it. I agree.
With your personal life, like, just doesn't. Just having a piece of paper. I mean, you talk about degrees being receipts. It'd be like, you know, at least that receipt ain't gonna take 50% of my money later. Type of,
right.
you know, like this is whole that whole part of the system.
You can have a family foundation without any of that. You
Yeah,
can.
yeah, no, that whole that's literally a scam. I mean, all of that is a scam.
Yeah.
From every bit of that is a scam.
Yeah.
And people go for it every day.
Oh yeah. Well, they have to, because they've grown up with Walt Disney and and that whole thing. So yeah, it's relationship. That's a funny thing, just talking about that and how women still want that, and men, want no part of that. Women still think it's cool. Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, you can't really. It's hard that of all topics.
The older women are still talking about looking for somebody to marry. They
because now because
still think they look.
You talking about you can't talk monolithically about that, because there's two. I can say there's an increased number that's the exact opposite now. Of women.
Look at the polygamy for black brothers under 40. They buy into that polygamy like it's going. They off the chain with that. They've been able to convince the sisters.
Yeah, but that's such a small group of people. I mean, that's not like this epidemic of around the world.
I think
I know you see it a lot because of who you're with over there. Who's kind of you get to see all of it. Like, you've probably seen everybody that actually is involved in that. You've seen
yeah.
But,
it's an epidemic. It's an epidemic, and it's just another celebration of ignorance, but it takes on different courses of living and ill-mannered, so yeah, man.
I mean, I just look at that stuff. All of that has to be I don't even have a preconceived notion of what it should be or what it, most people do. Most people have this idea based on Disney or based on their church or how they have something that somebody else interpreted, and that's colored the way that they look at all relationships and family and this and that. And I literally just have watched all of that and just come from the perspective of it has to be rebuilt from the ground up.
From the ground up. And started with the physiology.
With the physiology. That's what I mean. It's like gotta be just totally reinvented, rebuilt from the ground up, with physiological liberation as the centerpiece.
As the centerpiece.
As the foundation, because all this other stuff, because if all this other stuff was gonna work, it would have already worked.
Right.
It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. So,
it's been a dismal experiment.
Right.
It looks bad. It looks bad. It looks real bad. Just people, people don't even like each other, man. I mean, it's culture. It is truly a death and decline culture. Everything shifts to declining in this culture. It's about declining. It's not about elevating or growing and living and flourishing. It's about decline. We have awards for those who can decline the fastest.
Right. So here's a little. Oh, where'd the? Oh, I gotta share this. I was gonna say I found a a white hood to go hang out with your boy.
Now, is this Appalachia?
Yeah, it is Appalachia.
Okay, well, I mean,
but I just remembered but this is the inbred, the Whitakers is inbred. I think I introduced this to the channel a couple years ago. This is the Whitakers, an inbred family.
I was talking about like the Robert Taylor projects, you know, with nothing but white people there, you know.
Well, you had to go to, if you go to Florida, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, you know, they're there, not in the same type of buildings.
Yeah, well,
but those are in, but that's just certain places, you know. But in terms of they stack on
top of each other. Yeah,
yeah, and I'm sure they're there, but yeah, a lot of the it's just the, you know, redlining is just different hoods for different, because that's how people have to look at this through that lens. Like, you got to understand a little bit of the history to even get a piece of understanding of this, of how this is built.
That's another thing, is people don't know history. People don't know their history and these different facets of life that affects us. Even like the banking history, or just, you know, the collateral commissions, how that was set up, things like that. Just, you know, I mean, just how our culture is put together in such a way that it benefits one, you know, a group of people, a very small group of people, and how we play into it. And so yeah, man, I mean, it's
yeah, Walmart, that'd be another place you can go hang out if you want to see some. There's a whole study of human suffering.
I mean, man. Walmart the best prices, you know.
Well, you can get most of that stuff cheaper on Amazon these days. Same thing, you can get cheaper if you into the Amazon lifestyle. You know, now, and I'm showing this. I'm not doing this to like make fun of anybody or anything like that. I'm saying, look at what pus and mucus has produced.
Right.
And you had to be honest about it. It's like, there's no malice here. There's no, I would love to help these people. I would love to get a call where somebody's like, hey, the Whitakers want to, they want to try to practice the mucus's diet. Can you send them some books and I'll give them a free consultation. You know what I mean? Like, I would help them if I could. That's not the path that they've chosen. So it is what it is. But we got to study and understand, whether you're talking about Whitakers, you talking about happy slavery at the country meat company, you talking about Skyline Chili, you got to understand it's all part of the same
structure.
Yeah.
Same structure does the same thing to all of the people.
Right.
So that little group, we say it's a big club and you ain't in it.
Right.
That's the key, to understand how this thing plays out and plays us against each other.
Right.
And when you see those Nazis, because they were some old Nazi crackers, you know what I mean? Just
Yeah, yeah. Well,
you know, they wasn't no privileged. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but that's part of what I'm saying by design. It's designed to have angry poor people fighting other angry poor people.
Poor people, right, right.
Black people killing black people.
Right.
You know, I mean, when you have all of that.
Well, that's where they live at. That's where black people live. When people talk about black on black crime, that's where they live at. They're gonna kill who they live with.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, but they don't have to. You know, I mean, like this.
Oh, they don't. I mean,
because
when you say they don't have to,
no,
they've
done such a good job with that redlining that lasted for 20, 30 years was so effective that they could get rid of the redlining, and it still exists to this day. It's still in those places because the only reason that you have these concentrations of people, it's self-imposed. The only reason you have a concentration of different races of people in different places is because of redlining and the laws, the way the laws were written, the way that, and then as the laws tried to
very methodical.
It was all planned out, and like you said, self-imposed. This is like a choose your own adventure. What type of slave do you want to be? Choose your own slave adventure. And most people's slave adventure is very
go to Disney World and get on that ride.
Yeah, right. It's like you can do the Disney World version, but it's always deep to me when I listen to some of these interviews with like the folks that grew up in the hood, and I just have these ones in my head. It's like little black or younger black girl, it was like, late teenager or something. But she's like, man, I've never been out of this city. Right up the street is like Beverly Hills, or just real close is some real expensive stuff, but they literally it's like there's a fence there, and it's an imaginary fence. They feel uncomfortable, couldn't even cross it. Just like you have with the dogs, those invisible fence for the dog, where it's like they
will not cross it.
And that to me, when you were talking about the brainwashing, and it's like that to me, that to not be empowered to understand, like, we got a world that we can deal with.
Well, when they talk about
inheritance,
when they talk about in certain rural areas of the South, and they talk about when you go across the track.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is they learned not to go across the track.
Right.
And so, those are real tales that live on for hundreds of years, where, you don't go across the track. They don't come across this track. And, it's,
yeah, well, you talking about
well, I just remember growing up in
the
Cincinnati.
Tradition, don't let the sun go down tradition here.
Right. And I remember just growing up in Cincinnati, and you better not go over in Norwood messing around. When I grew up there, now Norwood is, it's very interracial. Why? Because the Fisher body, the GM plants closed, and the place was just suffering. Then all of a sudden they start building malls. We gotta let some Section 8 black people over in here and get this place thriving again, and the Family Dollar stores and the Whole Foods and the, and all that. And then they rebuilt that whole community based on integrating.
Right.
We don't really like you, but we can have a entrepreneur to patron relationship. You dig?
Right.
And you know, and then you got them folks who are just now passing away, so they're leaving those houses to their daughters and their sons, and they're a little bit more liberal than their parents were. And so you have that whole little makeup over there of Norwood now, where it looks completely different.
Mm-hmm.
My car ran out of gas in that community at 3 o'clock in the morning. They called the police on me.
Mm.
Pulled over, and I was just sitting there, and you know what the guy told me? He said, "Yeah, we called the police because it was a club that was people was coming in and out of the little bar." And then he was like, "Yeah, we didn't know if you were gonna hurt our women. We didn't know who you were. We didn't know if you were gonna hurt our women." That's what he told me.
Yeah.
Just sitting there, man. I found a telephone booth, and it made a call, you know, to wake up some folks. And they ended up calling the police on me. You know, so I mean, you know, like I say, man, we get to, you know, we don't like Cincinnati.
Yeah. I mean,
if you ain't figured that out, you know, we really dislike our hometown. Like, we think it's just the jivest ass place on the face of the earth. You know.
Let's see if they got a redlining map for Cincinnati. I mean, if you're from there, you already know.
Yeah,
they had like perfect redlining.
It's invisible. We can see the invisible red
Yeah, I mean,
line.
you can just drive and just be like, "Oh, okay, it's right here."
Yeah,
you don't even need a map.
Ask Fifth Third. They know. Fifth Third Bank said, "Yeah, black folks can save and put their money in our bank, but it'd be damned if we give you a loan.
Yeah,
we don't care if you got good credit score."
Yeah, that's sad. Since the nasty natty, home of the happiest slaves in the country.
Oh man, the country, other places in the country call Cincinnati. White folks call Cincinnati white folks up and ask them, "How you keep your black folks in line like that?"
Right.
We're like, Cincinnati's like the model town.
The model, the model
for keeping black folks in line and handkerchief headish, you know.
But they say there's nothing like a black family cookout.
Oh,
food and fun.
Oh man, the culture.
Yeah, the culture.
The culture. There it is.
The culture. From cradle to grave, from cradle to barbecue to grave. So it's like we're tired. We're tired of telling folks that you can do better. You can
you
can choose another path. You can clean yourself up. You don't have to experience all of the suffering that you're going through. You don't have to lay there in the hospital bed looking at the ceiling, and you don't have to go and get thousands of dollars worth of whatever treatment.
You're not judged on whether or not you graduate with all these degrees and all this and just all this material mythology that they indate you with all these accomplishments, instead of developing your mind and your soul. You dig? It's like we want to make you think that you're more than here's a paper. Here go a piece of paper that says that you are that you are qualified. You know, oh, okay. I don't have to do any more. I got this. This makes me better than you. And black folks, especially, black folks really can use that degree and those diplomas against each other. They love to wave it, the wave it in front of you, to use just that is that is why my opinion counts, because I have this, I have a degree, I have a diploma, so my opinion counts more than you who don't have any of that. And so Vic didn't have any of that. And I'm still trying to catch up. I'm still trying to catch up to his intellect. Oh, yeah. You did? So, yeah, man. I mean, this is like, we keep going for the head fake, man.
Yeah, I mean, the folks, if people are looking for some answers, if they're looking to not have as much pain, not be, like you said, they got a place for you. So you go, if you want to go hang out, they might as well have the ambulance just sit, create a whole ambulance department in the parking lot of Country Meat Company.
Yeah.
So that you can just go, you can go right from there we just take you right to the hospital.
They'll block away from the university hospital. That's the hospital area right there.
Yeah. So once the heart attack hits and the stroke, we can just take you over there. Then we take from the hospital the nursing home.
We got
a whole system of how we can, as soon as you're not useful, because that's all in this system, all you are is a stomach.
That's all you are.
Just a consumer. So as soon as you're too sick to be able to continue to consume and pay, because they want you to keep consuming so much, they'll put you in the hospital and they'll continue to pump you with stuff so they can keep charging you for it. But as soon as they've gotten all the juice, they've squeezed everything out of you, it's like, you can die now. And they change what they putting in the drip. Just
oh yeah.
So sad. So and so didn't make it. It was designed that way.
What did Arnold Eric say? It ain't cool to be white. That's what Arnold Eric wrote.
Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't say it that way, but
but I mean, you read that and you get the gist of it.
Yeah, physiological.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Look, hey, you got some work to do. You got and what is taking place is a result of you losing your color. That's where all this anger and turmoil is coming from.
Right. Well, I mean, people people are are people ever going to be ready for that conversation? You know what I mean?
Well, they
It's
need to get ready. They need to get ready for it because we've seen it. We've seen this. Me and you have talked about friends of ours who have been close, and we look at each other and be like, they got him.
right.
You know what I mean? Just based on what we see.
Yeah.
It's like we can't explain it, but me and Spira, we know what we both know what we're talking about when we say that to each other. We it's not an explainable thing, but it's like, they got it. You know, it's like
yeah.
It's like a culture. It's like a culture has.
I mean, it's kind of like what we talking about. That's that you to be successful on this path and really do this the right way. You can't lose that revolutionary fire inside of you. That thing that's because you gotta find that first of all.
Find it, yeah.
And so there's a lot of people I'll see that'll find it, and they can kind of hang with it for a while, but then that fire burns out, kind of fizzles out, and you get a little softer, a little.
Well, that that brings me to the an announcement of what I'm going to be doing and I'm opening this up to those because it was like getting on the internet, and Spira was ready for the internet. He was biting at the bit. He was talking to himself.
Well, I mean, that's what I do.
And I was like, I would, after rehearsal, I'd go up and sit for hours and look at what he's doing, on the internet. I'd be just marvel, like, wow, the internet is really cool. I didn't want no part of it. And I waited. I was like, okay, I don't really have too much to say. Spira was on here just going at it, like, hey, my name is so-and-so. Hey, and he's just creating these conversations amongst himself. And then he was just at it. So, so when I did a few things, 8.5 month fast or fruit or whatever it was, I just felt like I had something to say. And that's when I joined in, and I kind of took on the attitude of kind of report for duty. Spira was doing, he was kind of like the captain of the ship, and all he had to do was just tell me, report for duty here, be here, and I ended up getting a laptop. You remember those Dell laptops we were getting?
Yeah.
What was my cat's name over there?
I don't remember his name.
Remember?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So we got all hooked up. I'm like, okay, I'm hooked up now. And we started, dialoguing. And this was after we did the Immortal Pipeline, because that kind of prepped us to talk.
Right.
They're like, oh, okay, we can talk. Okay, we can talk as us two, and I think Hanif was on there, but we kind of seen that we could talk together.
Right.
And have a dialogue that's interesting, and we can keep things going, So, okay, right. That took place. So it was just time. My thing, what I'm trying to say is, my thing is always be ready and have something that it's time for some. Just don't do something because it's there. when you really have something to say, then come on board or come into whatever it is you're doing. Really have something to say. So that's why I'm like coming now with this piece of the whole kind of cultural type of I guess you could call it psychiatry.
Like the deprogramming.
Yeah. It's the cultural syndrome, and post
traumatic. Post traumatic. What you call it? Post traumatic cultural syndrome. Yeah, the culture.
Because it this is what we're finding out, that people don't even know, just the people that you think, they don't even know wrong from right.
Mm-hmm.
Just basic wrong from right. So now, like, I'm there now. I think I have a gift for that kind of conversation, deep diving into people's I wouldn't call them problems, but just their lives and things that they're uncomfortable with. So those are the things that I'm going to really be concentrating on now. And so it's not going to be free, because I'm going to tell you, Spira can attest to how many people I've dealt with over the years that spirits have told me, man, what are you doing? Like,
right.
Like, but
I've advised against a number of people.
Doing it free. I was, but spent a lot of time hearing a lot of people's life, about their lives and things, and been able to help a lot of folks. But then, you have those who just kind of can't get it together.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, because my thing with Brother Air and the people that can deal with and handle Brother Air, that's like the special forces people.
Yeah,
you gotta be. You can't. You can't be the average type of person. Like, you gotta be ready to.
You gotta be ready.
The Brother Air boot camp is real. You gotta be.
Are you willing to really deal with some real truths and go inside of you, and let's get into where these problems come from, why, and so we're gonna get into that. So now is we're getting into that. That's where I'm at. I'm going. It's basically about the culture, about like culturally trying to fit ourselves into this thing and be content and just better off, basically learning wrong from right. Just basic things. I mean, that's the sad part about it, is I see folks that just don't. I've talked to people and like certain women and you just ask them real basic things. Oh, I wasn't taught that. I wasn't taught that that anybody should treat me a certain way, or what I mean. It's like, I'm like, wow, so post-traumatic cultural syndrome, man. That's what we want to, because this is post-traumatic, man. This culture has done something to to our intergenerational just the way we grow up, just the way we grow up. You know what I mean? It's like, what does adult mean? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything here. I mean, for these people.
Well, it used to. It used to, didn't it? You know, being an adult, didn't that mean a certain responsibility or a certain level of intellect or something? It meant something. Now, it means, just like you said, it means nothing. It means nothing, man. Everything is open, fodder. Just everything's just open. We can rationalize any disgusting behavior. We can rationalize it. We don't know how to put together relationships, man and woman. We have no clue on how to even come together, to even get that started on the right foot. I've seen people who practice the mucusless diet just completely have everything together physiologically, and then go lay down with White Castle Rowley's eating type of people. You know what I mean? It's like no kind of consciousness of like all this work I've done on myself, and I'm gonna deal with a trash receptacle. It's like what did Carlos used to call it? Anything goes Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they have those anything goes Sunday right in the middle of doing good for long periods of time. Then all of a sudden they have anything goes Sunday. And you'd be like, dang, and so what we're going to do with those who want to deal with what I'm dealing with is learn how to use discipline, be consistent, and go for the soul, man. It's like really regenerate. And I mean, the diet thing is always there, but we're not gonna like focus on so much of that. But it all comes back to that. That's always the basis of everything. You gotta. I mean, if you're gonna build this house, you gotta build this house on a foundation. You dig? And the physiology is the only thing we know of that can ensure you, because the one thing is that if you're on a path and you're trying to get it together, as soon as you do something physiologically disruptive, we can come right to that, and that can explain it instantly. We know, okay, yeah, I was going along, so oh man, I was rolling along, I was doing this, then all of a sudden, I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that, and these real toxic relationships, and everybody think, oh, why didn't he love me, or why didn't she love me, or oh man, it's like, man, we got to understand that it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like we've been taught. You got to be ready to relearn yourself, deep dive, And I'm gonna get, you might start crying some of the things I'm gonna pull out of you, because I can go there. I know how to do that. I know the right things to ask and talk about. Why? Because I do it with myself. You dig? I'm harder on myself than anybody. You dig?
Yeah.
So you have to. So this is what we're gonna be doing, man. So you know how to get in touch with me. People know how to get in touch with me. It ain't too many places, but those who know, and who are interested in this, know how to, but I guarantee you that if you plug in and be committed and faithful to the work, that your life will elevate. Guaranteed. Guarantee you. You dig? Now, that's not to say my life is so this and so that. I'm just saying it's almost like I know better for others than I do for myself. I can help people. Sometimes I be struggling like, oh man, what, but I can key in on what folks are doing wrong and where they're and the things that they, are plugging into. And
well, I mean, I was looked at like the mind is what you can't get nowhere else, but you is the mindset, and then the type is like the way that you deprogram, just like the deprogram,
right. Yeah.
The approach, that type of because nobody got that type,
right.
that like that.
Right.
So that's the thing. Like I said, for the people that are ready, I just warn people, like, don't even mess with it if you ain't ready. Like, don't even mess with it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's I know people want to grow up.
Yeah.
It's time we need those grown-ups. I mean, you can't be 40 in your 40s and haven't grown up. Can't be in your 30s and haven't grown up. I mean, that should be, it should be a cutoff point, between adolescent and grown up. And those cutoff points haven't been established. I mean, I'm running into folks 60-something years old, man. It's just like, what? Like, you listen to the logic of some of the stuff, and it's just unbelievable. So, let's get into it. And I'm back. I'm officially back, because I guess folks had thought I had left something. I guess Spira knew.
Yeah.
But
question, so could it be possible that those of us in Spira's coaching can after a while can have access to Brother Air session as a reward?
They asking for something.
That's a reward.
they want something free.
Or
now this is different, because coaching is a different thing, because he's dealing with physiology stuff, and
it is.
I mean, this is different. This is a different part of the psyche and the this is some other stuff,
But I'd say for people that are interested, just stay tuned, stay plugged in, and because you'll make yourself available when you want to. And
I mean, it's there. I mean, it's there, and it's not. I mean, Spira's he's gonna dramatize this as, Oh man, you getting ready to deal with Brother Air?
Well, am I wrong?
Well, I mean, it can be. I just think it's an attitude of.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be. It's got to be the right people, which is a good thing because that keeps it. It's like elite. The elite.
Well, I want people. I want people to complete, to finish, to complete it. You know, like to get something that they can truly say, man, this really helped. You know, this and the thing is I'm opening up you to you. I'm not like with all these ideas or I'm taking the credit for it. You're the one that's gonna do this for you. You're the one that's gonna take all the credit for you. You did. Sometimes it takes just being pointed in the right direction. A Spira. Here, check this book out.
Right.
That's all I had to do. I didn't have to sit and like, hey man, you've been reading the book. Hey, no. Sometimes it's just pointing somebody in the right direction and they go after. So, that's what this is about. Like deep diving into, because you got people, man, who one sister told me, she said she cringed, and the sister. She said she cringed every time she had to hug her mother. That's heavy. You could keep a face on and you could deal with your mother, but boy, if you had to hug her, man, it was like you cringed. It's like, oh my God. That's heavy. Those are the kind of things I want to like, why is this? Why do you have these feelings? And and how to get out of that and be happier, because those kind of feelings take you down the wrong path subconsciously or somewhere in your life. When you have that kind of feeling, it comes out somewhere in some kind of behavior with other individuals. It comes out in a negative way and hurts you. Right. And most of the time it hurts you. So we need to be really checking that, man, and getting some real, real healthy, healthy people, man, from the neck up too. We deal with the stomach physiologically, and hopefully that it applies to the neck up too. But there's some other things, man, just talking about. And that's the one thing is that
it's like the advanced studies.
Yeah.
And I always, and my thing is, it's like, get people on the path, and then once you're on the path, it's like, all right, then all right, because when you're ready, you'll find Brother Air.
Yeah, I mean it's there, man. It's like, and I think everybody should go through a course of really checking themselves for their mental thing, man. Because this physiology thing is heavy, man. It can do some things to you, man. When you change your physiology.
That's what I try to, I just try to warn people or prep people for that. Because it's gonna force you to deal with all that.
It's gonna force you to deal with
so
it,
it's like it's gonna
force you to deal with things.
But that's why it's like being open to getting into they say that know thyself as
Yes.
a principle, as something that because you got to know yourself,
Yes.
know your psyche, know your physiology, know everything about yourself is best as you can.
And keep opening it up. Keep opening it up to grow.
Right.
Because you always supposed to be growing. You always supposed to be increasing your knowledge. You always supposed to be elevating, and so to keep that kind of motivation and spirit up, sometimes, there's nothing wrong with therapy. I might have not said that 20 years ago, but
right. Well, I mean, so we had, because this is basically what we talk about. Yeah, we had Brother Air psychopathic therapy sessions, which everybody should watch. Because if you're able to watch that, then you're ready.
Yeah.
If that's your test, it's like if you can watch
is that up? I know the Jahani part. The Jahani.
Oh yeah, YouTube took it down. It's I'd have to share the link. It's over on Rumble and Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna post it up right now. But yeah, that's if you can go through that and get through that, then that's like your test. You're ready. It'll come, because that's the jarring. It's like the jarring effect of the psyche and going through that type of transformation. It's like, can you handle it? Can you handle it without breaking? Because that's what I've seen. I was actually just talking about this with someone, where when we start analyzing folks that had been on the path and then fell off the path, or maybe I was talking about it with you, but what I start to see is not people that failed physiologically, like where they were just, oh man, my cravings were too hard. And it was like people that broke mentally. And that, now my solution for that was to, it's like, because we kind of got, our different, like, and I think everybody needs all of it. My thing was, I'm seeing people when there's a community of people or a group of people that have real meaningful connections, that's when I see less people or it be less likely that people fall off like that and actually have like a total mental break. And when there's no support, or where they just kind of totally break off, I've seen that it's not that it doesn't happen, but it happens way less when you got a group of people that are actually have real meaningful connections with one another. And so when somebody breaks, there's somebody that's there that can kind of like guide them away from the ledge. Like, no, come back this way. Come on, go back over here. And but that's something that I appreciate about the crew and the folks and the folks that are working and trying to help to build the community, and that foundation of the community, is because I'm seeing that happening now, and it didn't happen before, not like this, not outside of us. These couple, it's like now it's actually happening outside of us, where people are seeing the value of plugging in with one another and creating that accountability dynamic and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of my solution to that. Is it's like, having, it's a little easier when not if, but when your mental break, when you have your mental break, to have somebody that just kind of guides you on back over, and like let's put let's put the straight jacket on just for a couple days.
There will be a straight jacket, a couple of straight jackets at Eric Village. There will be.
Yeah. A couple straight jackets.
There will be a couple physical ones there.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. But then you add to that dynamic, you get the Brother Air psychopathic therapy session. You get the therapy session,
and because it's like you want to heal yourself. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm trying to get you to, that heal. To you want to heal.
Yeah.
And you got to be honest with yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like you say, body, mind, and spirit.
I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom.
Okay. Yeah, body, mind, and spirit. It's all about that transformation. And I'm gonna share something with everybody. So some of you, if you've been following me on social media, on Instagram and that kind of stuff, you might know that I lost my van that I've had about 6 years. It died, and it was cost way too much to fix it. And it was a 2003 Ford Ecoline. So I spent the past, and that was like a month and a half ago or something. So I spent time searching out. I first had to decide what I wanted to get and then go and find it. And just a couple days ago acquired and am the trustee of a 2024 Ford Transit with the 3.5 liter EcoBoost engine. And I am going to build this out, turn it into a camper van, convert it inside, and I'm going to be hitting the road. And that's part of what I want to do, is really get out there, meet you guys. Like, we'll go, what city, where are we going? Like, all right, who's over here? What's going? It's just and really explore. And as I felt so good when I was doing that, when I had when I was out doing, there he is. When I was out over the past 6 years, anytime I take one of my trips, I mean, I just felt great, I just felt amazing. Just like I'm out here, just doing, just very, very natural for me. And so for me, this is I'm ready, because I haven't felt right. It's like I need to have my van, because ever since my van went down, I haven't been right.
when will the interior and all that stuff be ready?
I'm picking it up April 3rd. So so that was like a universe thing, because I thought that I thought that I probably wouldn't be done until the end of April, because when I talked to the company in the first part of April, they quoted me like the first 2 weeks of April as when I could get on their calendar. But then once I actually got it, they had an opening. They were like, well, we can do it April 2nd if you still want to do it as fast as possible. I'm like, yeah, let's go.
So they do it all in one day?
Yeah. Because that's one of the things the company's known for. They're super efficient. They it's like boom, they get it. Ain't like some of these conversions where they take days and days and weeks and months, and it's like, nah, because they already pre-make everything. They know what the vehicle is, so they pre-make everything that's going to go in there before they even start installing anything. So the installation process just takes a day. Like, they can just knock it out. And they basically just have their systems together on a high level. But yeah, so I've been I mean, it's moving fast. I basically they actually pick it up. They're gonna pick the van up tomorrow. This company's in Colorado, and they pick it up. They'll pay for shipping in one direction. So they actually pay to ship it, cover the cost to ship it to them in Colorado. Then I'm gonna fly out to Colorado on like April 3rd and then pick it up and then just drive it on back. And then so I'm gonna have it for our Baltimore mission on April 10th. So I'm gonna have it, and so that'll be the first, besides driving it home, Baltimore to go see. So we're going to see Sunrise Orchestra, led by Marshall Allen, on April 10th at Baltimore. I forget the name of I'd had to look up the name of the place, but it's in Baltimore, and it's like a popular jazz club in Baltimore. And I was actually watching the video of them. They performed at that same place last year, and they had a video.
Oh, really?
Have a video. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
It was sounding good. I was like, yeah. I was getting excited listening to it. It's like, yeah, I want to hear this and live in person. The band was sounding good.
Yeah.
And so I'm just excited. But basically, I mean, I'm going all out. Like, I look at this van. This is a gift from my family. This is from my aunts.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, this is I don't take credit for nothing. I ain't, like I say, I don't own anything. I've given up owner. I'll make another video about that another day. I've given up ownership of everything. I don't own anything.
So you stand on the shoulders.
Yeah, I stand on the shoulders. And so but I'm just looking forward to getting out there and just just having that kind of flexibility, go where I need to go, or wherever I'm needed. It's like I'm go over here. It's like, oh, I'm needed down by the sun on the beach. I'm gonna go down there. I'm needed over here. I'm needed in these woods over here. Let me go over there. And,
all right. Well, we're gonna it's gonna be a reality show. Episode 1. We're gonna watch. I'm gonna do the
Spira's van life type of.
It'll be interesting. That'll definitely be interesting to watch that whole situation. That's a conversion van, right? I mean,
it's a cargo van. Yeah,
yeah,
so
cargo.
It's an original.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the cargo van. So this is from my Instagram. Y'all should follow me on Instagram, guys, if you're not following me.
IG.
But so that's which I love that van. You know what I mean? Like that, I was sad I was just down. Once that went down, I'm like, dang, man, I wanted one more trip. I planned on one last trip with the eco line, but the universe is like, nah, you need to upgrade now. It's like, so you need to upgrade.
Now, is that a window? Is that a window in the back?
Well, it's not, but I'm installing windows, so that's part of the conversion. So I'm actually installing windows around the whole, like 4 windows, so 2 on the back and 2 on the sides up here. And that's what I explained actually in this video I talk about, or this next video. So basically putting windows in it, getting the air vent, putting a heater in it. Like I'm hooking it up. Like it's getting hooked up. It's gonna be ready to roll.
So you're gonna have insulation and everything.
Yeah. So they do that. They insulate it real good. And I like their build. You know, they put the walls on and a ceiling and the lights in, then platform bed, and it's like 33 to 35 inches. Now, if I ever want to have more room under the bed, I can get these like little risers for the bed. But I'm gonna see if that's enough, because it's like 33 inches, and under the bed is actually like 35 inches. Clearance under there. And so, and in my head, I just kind of look at it like all my to be able to deal with all of the, if I different stuff, equipment I want to bring, and musical equipment, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just
is that stuff removable?
Yeah, I mean, that's another reason why I like this company, because their builds they're less permanent than some of the builds, like the one that you saw, the Winnebago build, where they basically build, like the Winnebago builds, I think a lot on the Ram ProMaster chassis. But that stuff, you can't do nothing with that. It's like that stuff is in there real permanent. With this company that I'm using, their stuff, if I want more room, or I want to like convert it back to cargo real quick, you take a tool and you take the bed off, take the little seats out and the stuff. It's modular, and the stuff can be moved around, removed. If I don't like the galley on this side, then I can change it and put it over here.
Okay.
I can, and that kind of thing without it being something that takes hours. Take like 5 minutes. Like get in there and update it. And so, so that's so
that's cool that they can do it so fast. I didn't think you was gonna have it back that fast.
I didn't either. Like I said, I thought it was gonna be. I'd kind of got it in my head that I would probably have the van for like a month, and so I would do some of my other little mods or these other little things that I was gonna do. But this works out better because some of the stuff that I want to do, it's better to do it after they do what they're gonna do, and then I can decide what I want to do if I'm get it wrapped or do there's all these little things I want to do as far as get.
If you do a wrap, are you gonna have like the mucus-free life stuff put up, or just a wrap in a different exotic looking type of look?
I haven't decided yet, because I just I'm in the early stages of thinking about that. Because originally I wanted there was a van that I'd saw that was actually out in Colorado that works with the company that I'm going to be dealing with. The Wayfarer does the camper van builds, and they work with a dealer out there, and they had actually had like the exact perfect van that I was looking for, like fully loaded. It had just all this stuff, because what I found out was it's hard. It's like, you can find a bunch of Ford Transit vans all over the place, but not with that engine, not with this the engine 12-inch little touchscreen thing.
That's a special engine. That's a special engine in there, right?
Yeah, it's an EcoBoost. It's called EcoBoost engine, which basically since it's a 6-cylinder engine, but it gives it the kind of power and torque of an 8-cylinder engine.
Yeah.
So it's like the people tend to get it if they want to like the power. If you want more power, it's not as good on the fuel economy, but it's got way more power.
So you'll be able to pull with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's with the EcoBoost is because you think it's already, your build is already kind of there's some weight to it with the stuff that's gonna be in there and whatever you lug in, or if you got water and all that kind of stuff. But then if I need to add I gotta get that little, that's one of the things I want to hook up when I get back, is to put the little tow hitch and get all that stuff on it, because this one didn't have it already on there. But it's fully capable. So this is the 250. They had there's a 150, 250, and 350, and the 250 is cool because you can still tow a bunch of stuff, but the 350 is like just a little bit more industrial. It's going to be the ride is going to be a little less, it's because that's for even heavier towing heavier stuff, or just have a more heavy load. But it's gonna be it's gonna be on. They're gonna get this thing. I'm getting the 200 watts of solar on the top. So it's not a lot of solar, but I don't need a lot, because it's also gonna have they call it the Yeti link, which the way they use a Yeti is because I have Jackery, but I'm gonna just have both. End up having both, but what's plugged into their system is a Yeti 1500, and so the solar kind of plugged into that. Now once I get it here, I'll be able to like hook up all because I already got a bunch of power stations and things.
I know your sound system gonna be off the chain.
Yeah, that's another thing I'm gonna update, get the sound happening, and because I can add some speakers back here in the back, because they got this places for the speakers, but there's no speakers in it. The front factory speakers actually ain't that bad, because I think they've improved them since back in the day where factory speakers used to just be horrible. But these actually wasn't too bad. But yeah, I'm gonna work on
Get
that.
those two in the back. You can pick the ones that you want.
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna get something.
Them, man.
Yeah.
Them gonna be the live speakers.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna hook those up, and I might update the ones up in the front. I have to decide once I get it back, and then I'll be able, because that's probably is when I don't know how much I'll be able to get done before Baltimore once I get it back. But yeah, that's why I won't set off for my trip immediately after Baltimore. I'll come back to Columbus after Baltimore, finish up whatever I need to do, because even to get I gotta wait to be able to get my my plates for a couple weeks. They gotta, so there's, and it's just gonna take some time to get on people's schedule.
You getting sovereignty Walk with Tall Nation plates?
No, that's not. I don't have those. I won't have those. That's for Takora. That's what she's got.
Oh man!
I go in the I go in the Eagle Scout plate direction.
Oh, okay.
So I will always I'll be 80 years old, and I'm gonna have the Eagle Scout plates, because for safety,
man.
Nothing else, for safety reasons, because
man, that's funny.
Cop's gonna think twice, be like, okay, it's an Eagle Scout plate. You don't want that media, And I've even had a situation where, I mean, it's been years and years since I've been pulled over, but this was like literally when I first got to Columbus or something, and they just gave me a warning. But the police officer, I mean, he treated me like I was a veteran. Like, he was so impressed with the Eagle Scout plate, and right. He kind of treated me like I had served the country. He just oh man, let's see and then he just gave me a warning, because when I first got to Columbus, I was driving in the car, and I was kind of speeding a little bit, and going up this one spot, and he was just like, yeah, you gotta watch the speed over here, and I was like, all right, cool. But yeah, no, I'm ready.
I'm good that you got the peace, man, and that you can move like that, and that you can, that you didn't really have that long of a shutdown, from the truck going out to, it's like cool, boom, boom.
Yeah. I just was able to make the moves, and everything just kind of was lining up to make it happen, and so that's the thing. It's like, I went through a few days of just being down, and just like, so I realized how important that is to me personally. Just having a vehicle, having that,
Well, I don't know if you ever did. You used to drive the car. Did you just jump in the car and just drive like anyway? When it went, or did you just get stuck on the van? Like, I'm just.
Well, no, I mean, I got my car, but I don't want to, I got my Impala. I don't want to take that. I'm babying that since I'm down to one vehicle. You know what I mean?
Well,
so I ain't trying to like jump in that and
well, I didn't know if you just. I kind of thought you just liked driving the van so much that you just drive it to Kroger's and back,
Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, okay, sometimes I would drive it. I try to jump in the car every once in a while, but yeah, no, I would. Yeah, most of the time I would drive the van anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you got. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
he was in the van.
Yeah,
the car was supposed to be zipping around town, just
but I don't zip that much, I don't because I stock up on so much of my food or whatever it is that I need. So because I don't like going to the store, so I want to go to the store as little as possible. So I tend to buy in bulk, and so unless there's something I have to do, I'm not even driving. I'm not even going nowhere. I'm just like, I'm here or go do my walks and that kind of stuff. But but yeah, half the time it was just easier, especially if I was doing a big run, then because I just back up and open up the back door and easy to just get the stuff in. But of course now I've been driving the car around and doing what I need to do with the car. Yeah. So I kind of hooked. It's like for a long time, the car I had, because I used to back in the day, I would always have the back seat down for all the gear and everything. But for past couple years, the seat had went up and it stayed up. And so now I finally put the seat back down, just was like, all right, because I was like lugging some gear and doing
now with the old van, you're gonna like just go and get some salvage for it or something.
Yeah, I got to decide on that. That's all gonna be the next couple weeks. I'm gonna try to figure that out, what I want to do about that.
Okay, it's like a family member, huh?
Right. Yeah, you had to decide.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, well, because it's if somebody wants to get it and sell it kind of without stripping it down, because if I salvage it, then I'm taking some of that stuff out of there that's valuable that I could maybe sell somewhere else, because the battery itself is probably worth, and I could probably sell for the same amount that they might offer to take the whole vehicle.
Right.
Because I got like a damn near $500 battery that I bought months ago. That's almost new. So I'm not just gonna let them take the salvage and be like, okay, and with the $500 battery, like, no, I'm gonna take that out of there. And unless if somebody's gonna get it with the idea of like refurbishing it and putting a new engine in it and that kind of stuff, then I would leave it as is.
Right.
But because there's a flat screen TV in there, you know what I mean? Like it's a couple things I'll just take out of there if it's just gonna be salvaged.
Right.
And but if not, if I can find something, but that's why I was like, all right, instead of kind of rushing to the first thing, since they're gonna have the van for a week and a half or 2 weeks or whatever until April 3rd. I mean, I got next week to I'll put it out there and see if somebody wants it for those purposes, to buy it and to put an engine in it and that kind of stuff. Somebody that's handy, then they could make, because if nothing else, if somebody that would do that, they could flip it and make some decent money, because those people do want these vans. They want these conversion vans and that from that era. So if it had a new engine in it, then they could, because I've seen people selling older vans than mine with more miles than mine has on it for like 20 grand. I mean, like just somebody's buying them.
Yeah, I've seen them too. I've seen them. I'd be like, damn,
looking at so
30 years old and shit.
Yeah.
They want some serious cash for them. You'd be like,
so that would be the thing. And so if somebody that's into that, finding engines, and if you could put it in yourself, if you know how, and you could source the engine, put it in yourself, then you could flip it and make some decent money off of it if that was your thing. But if none of those people emerge, then I'd probably salvage it and go down that road. That'd be sad, that'd be the like, damn, that'd be the part of me that would want to ship it down to Cincinnati and let it sit in the backyard until I like, well, I'll wait until I raise the money and then I'll put a new engine in it and sell it, kind of attitude. But I don't know if I want to mess with that. We'll see. We will see how that goes.
Oh well. Is anybody saying anything on the or is it a chat up, or is it just...
Yeah, I've been posting some up. Rachel's been, what's going on, Rachel? She's been
Rachel.
Yeah.
That's the Rachel we know, Rachel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, my girl. That's my girl right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I see her always hiking.
Mm-hmm.
She's a hiking mug, boy. I don't know if I can keep up with her. She's hiking all over the mountains, man. It's like, are they hiking everywhere? You know?
Let's see. Reese was saying, he said I could pick all of us up in the van and go to do the Jungle Gyms tour. Yeah. Yeah, Rachel says, love you, Brother Air.
Yeah. Right back at you.
Oh, Danny was asking if you're gonna change, and that's what I haven't decided if I'm gonna change the color or not. If I I'd either put a wrap on it and then do that, but I don't know. The white's kind of been growing on me though as I got it, so I'm like, they're gonna.
Well, I mean, you know, the white is white, and
my interest is in the inside. Like that's
right,
my top priority is the inside, as far as like, because all the outside is just, because those wraps are like, paying $3-4 grand for a wrap.
Yeah,
and it's just how it's like how it looks kind of thing, and I'm like, that's cool, but what's cooler to me is having the inside, the air.
Oh, that's definitely what's cooler.
Inside situation is just off the chain. Just like, man,
but if you wanna let folks know what you representing, then you could go in some ways. But if you want to be quiet.
Well, and I've never been a big
and swooping out,
I mean, if I wanted to promote, what I would do if I was wanting to do something like, have a big Mucus-free life logo on it or something, I'd get one of those big what are they called, magnet things or something.
Yeah.
And thing, and put that on the back.
You can take it on and off. Yeah.
It has something to, but I've always kind of had like when it comes to driving around, the more low profile type of thing, is even the conversion van that just looks like some elders driving around. Ain't nobody. Cops ain't messing with you, you know what I mean? Like,
what they having again. This I just seen it today. Was the mind, body, and spirit at the Sharonville. Remember the convention? They having that again. I just was thinking about that. It made me think.
Wow, that's all these years later. They still got the
mind, body. I think they call it the mind, body, and spirit.
We see if it's the same one that we did, or if it's just another thing like
it. It could be another thing.
It's
at the same. It's at the same spot, and I was like, wow,
Yeah, Rachel has a kitchen. Yeah, it's a kitchenette. They got a galley. So it's got galley. Then they have instead of having a power faucet, which if I wanted that, I could put it on. They got a pump, which helps you to save water, because this is more of a minimalist type of build. So instead of wasting it, because if you put one in I got a rechargeable thing where you can put that into the tank of water, and it's like a faucet thing. But yeah, I kind of like their philosophy where you just conserve. So you're not, so if you want to take a trip way out where you don't need to take 2,000 gallons. I just watched a video today of somebody with an RV, and they were talking about what they call it, leech docking or something, where basically it's just in like a friend's parking space or something, but at their house. But they said they had 200 250 gallons of black water in a tank in an RV.
Wow.
And that surprised me because I don't really study RVs.
How much is that weigh?
That's what I'm saying. Like, in fact, I can even bring up the video just if anybody was, but because there's this thing that they're used to literally, since they couldn't get to a dump station, they use this stuff, this little, I'd never seen it before, this thing to dump the toilet into somebody, to basically take a hose and convert it into this hose so it can go into the house and go into somebody's toilet kind of thing. And I was just looking at this whole process and I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely not an RV person because I do not, I just, yeah.
Wow.
But here's this video I'm talking about. And it's kind of fun. It just popped up in my feed, but basically, and they talked about these different solutions, I guess, at RV people. So this is like, you could have, if you had a black water, they was talking about this, how it's like 20 gallons or something. You could put it in here and then take it to a dump station from there with that thing. But what he's using is this device. And so it hooks on to where they would hook, going into the black water. Yeah, but this, and she was in there and she's just like, oh, this smells so bad. I was just like, yeah, this is not how I want to do it. But I'm gonna make some videos on that because I have some enema solutions. I got a whole thing planned out on how we're gonna do it, or how I'm gonna do it. And so I will make that'll be the unique mucus-free van life videos, and nobody else will be talking about how to do your enema in your camper van, type of thing. But yeah, no, I was just blown up because I literally rewound it because I was like, did I hear that right? He said 250 gallons, because we're talking about in the van, so it's mine's like, you got 5 gallons, maybe 5 gallons for the gray water, 5 gallons for the, it's like you dealing with just like under 20 gallons and kind of stuff. But then this RV lifestyle is like, nah, you gotta have a bunch of gallons because we taking showers every day. We got the running toilets. It's like you basically we got the whole house situation on wheels. And some people do that to the vans. And like the one you was looking at, the Winnebagos got that, the build outs have that type of thing, but that's not what I want. I want I'm more of the camping guy anyway. So I'm like, let's make this simple.
Yeah.
Create a simple that's easy to, you can always upgrade if you really want, but I just don't. Because what people end up doing is they have these builds where they put the just have a whole bathroom, so it's got like the toilet and the shower in there, and then but that takes up so much space, and now the full kitchen kind of thing. Now the one thing I could see myself maybe getting in the future would be, which would all the raw people would be, well, why would you get that? But I wouldn't mind having like the full, which I'm probably not going to get, but some of these builds that had like the full stove situation where they got like a whole big stove.
Oh
yeah. And where you could get the bacon going and all that kind of stuff. But nah, I mean, I've been deep into all the different accessories and the builds, but I've always found it interesting just seeing all the different ways that people put their stuff together because there's a lot of creativity that goes into it. Just that, like how.
Oh yeah. The creativity
how
is
you
off
decide
the
to do it.
chain. I mean, that creativity, boy, you be seeing some things and be like, man, like these folks really put some time into developing these things, man. You'd be like, man, but when you got access to dollars and things, you can kind of, well, instead of buying a Rolls Royce, I'll do this.
Well, yeah, because I mean, what we was just looking at, that's like a $500,000 RV. I mean, all these RVs, like, because you can get the van, like those camper vans you was talking about, those are $250,000. No, that's like $250K type of stuff. And so, I mean, you can just, but then on the other side, you can get the folks that just that do something for under couple grand, just get you to just kind of nickel and dime the thing. If you get you a real cheap vehicle, then just do the no build, go to Goodwill and get you, get stuff out and build your own little, it's like, and so there's that angle. So I mean, you can approach this from any finance level. Wherever you at, like if this is what you really want to do, like you can find a vehicle and build it out yourself or do this, but that's the thing, is everybody kind of has to find their little way and where they want to be at too. It's like, because a lot of people, they find their way out into Arizona, New Mexico, and doing the out in that kind of that area, but then there's people that do more of the urban kind of camping and where they'll do the stealth camping where they park right on a street somewhere and it's like, oh, is there somebody in there, kind of thing. Or be the person that how to do both, where you can go over here, you can go over there, leverage the Planet Fitness and the Anytime Fitness, and get your shower there, kind of thing. Sleep in that parking lot, and this is a whole. It's like a whole thing. It's just a whole ecosystem, and for folks that get into it, I actually just watched this movie. I had never watched it, but this movie called Nomad's Land, which was I think came from a book, but some of the people that are in the cheap RV living, Bob Wells, he was like in it, and he's kind of when we talk about cultural things like the counterculture. I mean, it's literally kind of, there's a whole van life counterculture, and it is different.
Yeah, I froze up.
What's that?
So I froze up for about.
Yeah, it's kind of freezing up a little bit. I wasn't sure if that was on my end or your end, but
for about 30 seconds. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like your internet connection got kind of wonky.
Well,
But yeah, I was talking about this, the whole van life countercultural movements and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I think Brother Air is just, I think it's coming in and out for you there. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, there it is.
Can you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Look like,
but yeah,
like everything is going faster or something.
Yeah, your internet it's like going in and out, so it's catching up. So you're freezing and then it catches up. So I don't know if you wanna leave and try to come back in or something, you could try to do that since it doesn't seem like it's correcting itself.
I don't know why. What do you want me to do?
He thought he was sleeping. Maybe leave and come back in and see if it resets it. Yeah. But yeah, as JC said, went from the celebration of slavery, mucus-free van life living, and that's what it's all about to me. It's about the liberation, physiological liberation, just freedom on all levels. And yeah, we'll see if Brother Air so yeah, if anybody's got any questions, feel free, as we'll see if we can get Brother Air internet going. If not, we'll probably wrap it up for the day. But yeah, we'll return to where we started this buffoonery here, and it's just liberation. You gotta want to be free. It's like we can't want you to be free for you. It's like you can't force you to want to be free. But as long as you stuck in that loop, you stuck in that time loop, just going over and over and over and over, back over, just a celebration, total ignorance. And yeah, so I got this lemon here. Check the chat. Oh yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, Danny's asking for that link. I was trying to log into Odyssey to grab it, and Odyssey don't make it easy to just log in. You got to go through this whole process to. Let me see. All right, let me bring it up. Psychopathic therapy sessions. So I'll share this. This is the Odyssey. So, and this could be something. This is something I encourage people to do. If you go to Odyssey, we also got Rumble. So back when they in the little COVID period, when they started taking down all my videos and just all that whole crazy stuff, let's see, here he's back. I created a backup, and if you go back to that period, like 3-4 years ago, and a lot of those videos that are no longer on YouTube are actually on here. So we got like the COVID vaccine injury video that certainly isn't on YouTube anymore. Most of these review of Joe Biden's new 6-step COVID, like all of these videos are no longer on YouTube. Just most of all of these, and so you could definitely go and I just share the whole channel, the whole thing over there.
Yeah, they took a lot of stuff down that I was on.
Yeah.
Folks was like, that's not up no more. I was like, hey, everything I'm on, they took down. I think it was a Brother Air conspiracy.
I mean, it was just a general freedom conspiracy.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
All right, here we got the different psychopathic. So here is the actual psychopathic, the police brutality. So because there's a couple different. If you go here and actually put psychopathic in, you see the first song we did, and then the actual police brutality video, which I'll share.
Yeah, that's kind of long. That was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna play it now, but so I made the video. So we had the video. I put this together, and we played the music to this video that I put together with all the. But yeah, I'll yeah, the good old psychopathic therapy sessions. So yeah, like I said, if you can get through this and you're ready for the introduction, the introductory. That's like, have the introductory session with Brother Air.
I served Brother Air salad too.
Yeah. Well, that's like, if you make it through the different levels, you can get Brother Air salad made by Brother Air.
I've done it twice, man. And within a year, that was a record for me, man, to make that salad, man.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah. So is there any stone that we left unturned? Is there any?
Well, I mean,
that
we can
needs a treatment.
Yeah, well, just the people. The people are just so docile, and we've gotten, it's not enough of us culturally wanting to change, wanting to put it all on the line, man. Something has to happen that puts it all on the line, that draws the line in the sand. And it's not, we keep going over and over the same, it's same results. No real it's like groups like Black Lives Matter can become popular all of a sudden because they made their presence, made it known.
Well, not really, because that was funded by some others.
Well, I mean, but that
was more.
Why can't we find some funds? That's what I'm saying. Why can't something good be funded?
Right.
Isn't somebody with that wants to do good with some money? Who wants to do good? And that's the problem. It's all these mediocre folks who have all these other agendas.
Mm-hmm.
that have money that can, you know, get folks to go for the head fake and buy into a Black Lives Matter, or, you know, one thing, I mean, Black Lives Matter did make the issue, I mean, it brought it to the attention of police brutality to the public again. You know,
but that was a
out
to
there,
me
but
that
other
was
than
it co-opted it co-opted something that it was actually trying to build and around something where there was young people, because I was a part of that one. And
yeah,
so
I remember.
it was, you know, young people it was organizing and all that stuff was happening. It was no corporate entity. There was no like corporate organization. It wasn't. And so literally when people started bringing that to the table, because it was already organized, it was protests happening. It was all this stuff was already happening. And then when they brought that, you know, this Black Lives, I was like, well, that sounds kind of weak and soft, but it's like, okay. And it was like, it literally came in and just co-opted any of the real work that was being done by people in terms of trying to organize and educate.
But isn't that the way it goes? Isn't that the way it's supposed to go?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's the way it always ends up like that. So
because it's always going to be degenerate. I mean, we've talked about this before on here. But I say you go from in the 1960s, I am a man. I am. You know, I am
that I am.
You know, you go from that to this. I matter. I matter.
Yeah, really.
That's got to be the softest. Little,
yeah.
You know, I matter too.
Yeah.
It's like that don't got the same energy as I'm a man. You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't even be like, well, that's sexist and that's a misogynist. You know, like that wouldn't. That's how soft it's gotten today. You know, where that would be like, oh, can't. That's
well, I guess we need to identify going, I'm a man again, because now when you say that, we have to really prove it. Like, are you a man? Like, because a lot of the men don't want to be men.
Well, that's what we saying. Yeah. That's usually adults. That's not a That's not something that people want to be a part of. It's not cool to be an adult. It's like you got people your age trying to dress like kids.
Yeah, man.
You're trying to put on. Like, let's put on it. That's the goofiest looking.
Yeah.
You'd be looking at Flavor Flav looking like he's trying to dress like he's 90. You know, it's just goofy looking, man. Come on. You know, it's like we got, but what you talking about back then, there was a seriousness to what was happening and the attitude, and that's gone.
Oh man, whenever you have a sister that they holding in jail and the brothers break her out, I want to know them brothers.
Right.
You know, them brothers and sisters, probably with some sisters too, that, you know, but what happened to those? What happened to those people? You know, where them kind of, you know, like my grandmother said, what show don't make them like they used to. And she was talking about Negroes. She's like, boy, they sure don't make them like they used to.
Yeah. I mean, all this, it's all about, they're good at basically co-opting any kind of movement like this, anything that's getting that's starting to create real influence that goes against the agenda. It's like they either co-opt it. If they can co-opt it, they'll co-opt it. If they need to smash it, they smash it. Like whatever they need to do to neutralize it.
Yeah, but why is that? Why is it that everything always goes down like that? See,
because pus and mucus poison.
pus and mucus. The pus and mucus dilemma, and we can't get that in our heads and combat it. Like have a strong enough type of defense to set the standards of a direction that we want to go in and keep it thrusting ahead. Is that money?
Mm-hmm.
Is it resources? Or is it not strong enough physiologies? Weak ass physiology from those who pose to be the keeper of the flames.
Well, yeah, dereliction of duty has long. I mean, that's just is a time honored tradition.
Everybody want to be a practitioner. We good with that. Oh, I'm a practitioner. Oh, I want to. What goes with this is another kind of fight that goes with your physiology or cleaning yourself up.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
you're not gonna get in the fight and not expect to get hit.
Yeah. Well, what I try to, which I don't know, people don't really get it, I don't think, but it's like take if you could take this attitude, that revolutionary attitude, willing to die for your freedom attitude, and funnel that into practicing the mucus diet healing system, that's what we're talking about.
Well, willing to live. We're willing to live for this attitude, because I'm not willing to die. Yeah. I want to live. I want to live.
Well, that's I mean, that's yeah. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand.
Because I'm referencing them. What you're talking but people aren't ready to live. Like you got to transition to that. It's easier for people to even understand.
That's the armor. That's the armor.
Because you talking about people, depressed, suicidal people that maybe they won't take the gun, but they got the barbecue. They got something worse than the gun.
I know.
They got the fresh the eggs. Like they got everything they need to keep them deaf, dumb, blind, docile, sick, and dead. As soon as they're no longer useful, all their money is out of them. They're dead. Yeah. And so, but it's an attitude, and we've talked about that within the context of the mucus diet, where there's sometimes when you're going through certain eliminations where you just kind of like, if I'm gonna die, let's go. Let's go on this journey. Like what's this about? But so it's an attitude that I probably shouldn't talk about, because I'm sure somebody will because I usually don't talk about that. But it's like that kind of hardcore attitude of I'm going down with the ship. If this don't work, I'm going down with the ship.
Well,
and it is what it is. But it's an attitude thing.
I think that's I think that the sacrifices has been made to consider that going down with the ship makes sense. When you talk about what you're trying to, all the things at risk. I mean, you get nothing every year, every cycle. You have no elevation, no kind of movement, no kind of, just very stagnant. Mucus and pus is winning, as they say. And you see no kind of What about the? I mean, why aren't we talking about the? Was it a country or no? It was a city that banned all the meat. Did you hear?
In
hear?
India? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to know more about that. Like, what is that about? You know, like, let's get some documents and look at some of the.
Well, I mean, it's not hard to put that into a document.
Well, I would like to. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's the political will of the people. Like, it can be done, but you can't do that here with this being normal.
Well, at least we could have their city council type of stuff that they're putting and how they're framing it.
Yeah, well, because the problem is, and why it's hard to transfer that over, is there's historical precedents and religious precedent for that. You know, within that context, and
whatever. I mean, however you can look at it, it's being done, and I'm very interested in how they made a move to, and we can watch it to see how long it lasts. You know,
right?
I love to see the penalties.
Yeah. So it said it's Palitana city in Gujarat, India, is known as the world's first city to ban non-vegetarian food, making it illegal to kill animals, sell meat, or consume it.
Right, and I would love to.
It's coming out of that. Yeah, it's like the Jains. I mean, we used to talk about the Jains, Jainist, and that's a whole tradition.
Yes. That I love to see the ordinances, but in that city of
yeah, well,
how they deal with somebody who seeks a chicken wing, you know, like, you know, like, wow. Yeah. I mean, that's heavy though, man. That's part of where I would like to live. You know, that I would like that for my city.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we're working on.
Yeah.
Well, but my point is,
well, there go the model.
My point is, it has to come from being built from the ground up, as opposed to trying to change some existing structure, some existing city structure. So that ain't gonna work over here. I don't.
Yeah.
We have to pen the original Constitution, the original documents, have control over the space and the land, and build it from the ground up. Because you ain't gonna go to Springdale and, like, you know, all right, hey, I gotta go to the city council meeting in Springdale. Like, all right, I got a proposal.
Yeah, for real.
That ain't gonna happen around here.
There, be like, yeah, you know, the Penn Station and all them places.
Because even the places that could even try to do something like that in the United States are already, they would be lame anyway, because they'll have something else. They'll be like, oh yeah, no, you can't have meat here. But they got other stuff that's just falling apart. Like, the whole place is just falling apart,
right?
Already, you know, just so no systems in place, no, you know, just you know. So I mean, it'll be a mess. So it's got to be built. But I mean, you're right. We'll be studying this. We'll see how they do it, what's going on.
Yeah, we just keep our eye on it, because it's definitely something to keep our eye on.
The massive started. It said started after massive protest by Jain monks in 2014, doing a hunger strike by nearly 200 monks. See, we don't got that yet. We don't got 200 people that could do a fast together. 200 monks demanding the closure of all 250 butcher shops as a result. Respecting the sentiments of the Jain community, the government implemented the ban prohibiting the sale of meat, eggs, and the slaughtering of animals with penalties for violation.
Well, I'm willing to go in front of the butcher shop, the meat company,
and fast,
for a year or two, and I'm willing to do that. So we got a butcher. They're claiming that they're the best butcher around,
right?
And I'm claiming that that y'all are bogus and disgusting, and I want you gone.
Right.
So I'll start fasting and see where that goes. So yeah, man. I mean, it's it's something, but that's an interesting piece to me. A city that banned the eating of animal flesh. You got to give them that.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting
as progressive.
Yeah, when it's coming out of and people should go study the Jain monks, because people, when we talk about revolution, and people, they take our energy and they think it's like, oh, was you gonna burn everything down? It's like, no, like look, what we talking about, what they did. They have a different attitude than us as far as that's just culturally, but spirit, it's the spirit that's the same. That's the spirit that we talking about.
Yes. Yeah, we're lack of a lot of that. We're lack of a lot of spirit, and that's what we were talking about earlier, about some of the things that I can help with in terms of invoking, just go out and start playing music in the middle of the street,
Right.
I mean, like, just that's my attitude, man. It's like I didn't care, man. I was like, when I went off on the neighbors for barbecuing, saying, I'm smelling this. I knew, they weren't going to relate to it, but it was just letting them hear another kind of way of looking at things. And they took that crap back to the backyard.
On
my street, they did. I was like, damn, everybody barbecuing on the porch all of a sudden, on the front porch, front yards. I was like, hell is this about? So, right. I don't know, man. We gotta have grenade like tactics, and with that kind of, not the grenade physically, but those kind of, like, they have that much explosive remnants to them, our ideas, and our it's just like our actions, man. We gotta, we have to kind of step in the right way, and we're not looking to line dance with you. And that kind of unity. We're not looking for any of that. You know, not that I don't like it. I love to see every now and then. I love to see the sisters and the brothers. They dance. Oh man! But now it's just it's like that's the only unity we ever show now. People can show us doing that,
Right.
but they don't show no other kind of unity.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not allowed. Like you said, it's having folks getting together to do something positive that's actually positive, that's not like a mock positive, then that's not permitted in this this particular reality, that this timeline. But that's why I'm like, man, you got to focus on building our own thing, and then just kind of sit there watching all this other stuff just kind of just get swept up in the flood, just like it's gone overnight. The whole thing is gone.
But how do you come from a couple of people, which is me and you, and we saying, okay, we're vibing. For years and years, we're trying to build. We're using this physiology thing as the rock to stand on, and all of this momentum and commitment, and then you start bringing people in, or attracting people. I can't even say bringing people in, but just attracting people. People want to hang, and then you start seeing them fall apart and fall away, and you seem to feel good about this latest crop.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, all right. I'm just following your lead. I have no reason not to
Well, and
confidence either.
Yeah.
But, I'm
well,
like,
and we have different, like, because I think that it sounds like it affects you more, somebody kind of the come and go kind of thing. Like I said, I kind of looked at
like
it
the mug, man,
because like I said, I kind of looked at it for years. I just looked at it like I was an educator in a school setting where you get a whole new crop every 4 years, and so my job is just to educate.
But this ain't that though. I don't think this is that. This is building a culture, like a cultural. This is a culture, a life culture. You're building a culture, and you need some things to be planted and
yeah, but it takes that kind of time to find those couple people.
Yeah,
it ain't gonna be,
it took us time for me and you to come together and say, hey, look, we got something in common, and over the years, it's taken time.
Yeah. I mean, it was just different pieces had to be.
I think when we started doing the immortality pipeline, I think that's when we really kind of we kind of like merged as a force, like like okay, because with that went rhetoric.
Right.
And we had rhetoric, it's like
well, and it was at the consistency is every week we showing up, we got an hour, 2 hours, whichever version it was. And
we did 2 versions of that. We did a late night one.
And
then we did one that got down to 1 hour.
During the day, that was 1 hour. So when we started, it was like 2 hours or however long it was.
Yeah, it was a late night Saturday night, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, late night Saturday
late
night.
night where we was just on there going off.
Yeah.
And then we got like the prime time when folks are getting off of work and driving home. It was like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock on a
right before Hans.
Yeah, right before
the great Hans.
German tunes of the Queen City. Boy, I mean, you couldn't have two shows that were as different as opposite as that.
They used to come in and just interrupt our show. They'd
be over there kind of like they have their McDonald's. They would be kind of eating it like trying to act like, oh, do you want some? Just making fun.
Eating meat is good for you. And oh man, the daughter came in that one day.
Everybody was just sick. And then, Hans passed away in the middle of all that. It's just, but that was the kind of, that's how we were. It's like that's the world that we get to see. It's like that where you see the people make fun of it and then they die
They
get real sick.
Hated us. The people at the station hated us.
Oh man,
the black folks, even the black folks who we thought was conscious. They hated to hear that kind of information.
Yeah, they would be so uncomfortable. And anytime they had to walk in or walk through and we're on the air, like we would just start just saying stuff that would just get into their skin so quick. And they'll literally be trying to walk out of there as quick as they could. They're like,
normally the speakers of the station would be all over the station.
Yeah, they turn it off. They
would turn it off, man. When you could hear our show all over the station. So it was, we were. So I mean that was like something that we did, and
I mean we did we did a bunch of different stuff in that little period of time. There was
it
was
at the same time you were trying to graduate, so you had all this stuff going on.
I went to school and then it was just a lot of stuff happening in that period.
We were busting pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
I know me and Hanif we were traveling a lot during that period of time. You were busting whenever you could.
Right.
And, I remember the Tara story, man, when she just looked at me like, please help. Help me, please. Help me.
You were like, y'all want to ride? I was like, no, we good. We walked back.
She was like, oh my God, man.
I was like, it'd be more effort to me in my head. I was like, it'd be more effort to load all this stuff up.
The little red wagon.
Just to walk it. Yeah, the little red wagon. Yeah.
And y'all had been out all day busting. I think y'all had probably busted over at the levee that day.
Yeah, we was at the levee. It had rained on us. We was like, it was kind of on and off raining, and we had but a couple different places because I think we had played we set up a couple different places and played, and then finally made it over to the levee, and then played on the
and then you seen us. I think we were packing up.
Well, you was driving. I think you was already packed up driving home.
Oh, well,
and saw us as we were walking back home.
Oh, okay.
We was walking back up to my spot, and that's what like, hey, you want to ride? Oh no, we good. We just.
She just looked like, please help me. Like the hostage, she was like, she's like sending the message.
Yeah, it's like blink if
blink. Are you all right? That was deep. So I mean, we was at it, man.
I mean, that was like the little golden era kind of thing. That was just that initial. Those years, and then once I moved up to Columbus, and it shifted into something else, and that's when it kind of shifted into the whole other thing. And
I see JC on here constantly. What is he saying? I can't really see that.
This was a quote. He's quoting something I said. He said they made fun of us and then they died. When I was talking about
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, what'd you think? What'd you think you saw?
No, I was just wondering because I just see I see JC all over the chat. And I can't really see it from where I'm at. I can't really see the chat itself. But
yeah, he says what's going on.
Hey man, he's supposed to, from what I understand, you done gave him a mission to be the next Steven Spielberg of the world, you know. So he's busy. I guess he's busy working on that because
Right.
you done planned his life out for him. You know, like you're supposed to be the John Ford or whatever, you know. So he's busy. I see his work. I see what's happening. You know. And yeah, so you know, man, I mean we have to figure out more ways to be more intense, more presence, you know, in folks' face. You know, because that's what comes with volume. If there's more of us, then we can do more. We can.
Well, and that's, I mean, my whole plan is, and that's where the whole van for me is not. It's not just so I can go and disappear into the wilderness, which I could do if I wanted to.
Which you will do a little bit.
I mean, I will do a little, yeah. But as far as the mission goes, it's like I think this next phase is gonna be getting in front of people in real life time. You know, it's like now it's time for that now, which I know you're always ready for that, but we had to get it to that point almost. It's like kind of, yeah, it's almost like going back to the old days, you know, kind of that old, it's like on the street type of thing. But you can't just be in one place in one little city where no one cares if you live or die.
Oh no.
You know,
we would have to be there, be from the nasty natty.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we couldn't you know, been in New York or Chicago, and then it had to be like an insignificant town with some sports team that stunk. You know. Say the only good thing about Cincinnati is Jungle Gym.
Right.
That's a sad commentary. And that Vic lived there.
Right.
You know. So other than that, man, I don't, you know. It was where I was born. You know.
Yeah, this was the classic. From when people want to see the energy from those days, you gotta check out the like what's in the why is that a casket? It represents death. But we did this, so we're playing this music, talking about physiological liberation. Right in the middle, like behind us is the Red Stadium. In front of us, there's a football game. There was 2 games going on at the same time. There's a baseball game and a football game, and there's just you can't see it in the video, but there's just floods of people are just walking by, and folks are just got like a Coke and a hot dog in their hand, or a beer and a hot dog, and little kids with little ice cream cones, and they just staring at us like they have no place to put us. There's no frame of reference that they have for anything that's happening in front of them.
And they're looking at the casket. They're coming real close to the casket, just like
a couple people walked up to the casket to look at it like,
is that a casket? Is that a real casket?
This is the middle of summertime, so we're nowhere near Halloween, so nobody's
no, and we're in. I'm in complete blackface.
Yeah,
Hanif is in his. I think me and Hanif probably had on the, I don't know, maybe the most costume and shit, you know. And Spira has his face kind of.
Yeah, that's the face paint day.
Face paint, and Ryan had some stuff on, you know, and Eddie wore at least his.
He'd have
his dashiki, you know. And,
this was a eulogy, the first eulogy I ever read.
Yeah, we were putting him the death of, you know, Khalip and them were there. Khalip, all the kids, you know, Musi, X, and this was the year. Was this the year after Bootsy hosted it?
I think this was the year. I think this was when Bootsy did it.
Was it?
But I don't really remember the other year playing. Like, I remember this year playing it this year.
Because we did it 2 years.
Because I think Bootsy was, because there's a longer video that gets more of this concert, and I think Bootsy was sitting over at the side or something, like he's in the
him and his wife
in the video, because there's whatever that other one was, there's no video of that one, but I think the Bootsy was watch this one. This was the one that he was there.
And he ends up calling me to get Eddie's number.
To get bass lessons from our bass player.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. And I was like, man, this is I said, you know what this is about. I said, we got all this from the Parliament Funkadelic Summer, you know, thing. And he's like, yeah, man, it's I said, you know what the blackness pose it represent? Cleanliness. And he's like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't have a clue about
ready for. Yeah, I mean, just
he didn't have a clue. I mean, we were way ahead of what the Parliament Funkadelic was about. You know, because their thing was about, you know, they were high as a motherfucker. Excuse my language. They was high.
Yeah.
And they would dress up in their little costumes or whatever, but that was, you know, that was about it. But, you know, this was a whole nother kind of thing, because when we nailed the opening tune was Milestone. We nailed it, and we had been working on it and couldn't really nail it in rehearsal. Like, I mean, it's fast because we wanted to do it fast.
Yeah, well, and we played that. I mean, we attempted playing that at a few other concerts, because we played that at the Jazz and Rib Fest. We had got that,
yeah. But I mean, I just remember, man, like
I think that was the
first. Nailed it. We really nailed it at that show.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I was real happy with that tune. You know, and Bootsy was sitting there like, damn, like, I think we were really swinging, that day, like, with that particular tune, So, yeah, that was.
But yeah, here's in case if there's any tickets left, if somebody's in Baltimore, y'all want to come hang, we're gonna be here. This is the Keystone Corner, Baltimore. On
is it the 10th?
April 10th. I think it's 7:30, and I mean, there's not that many tickets left because it's a small club. It's just like a little kind of restaurant bar kind of thing. But yeah, we got our tickets, and there's a few. I actually looked at it today. There's a few up there, but yeah, this is Sun Ra. Marshall Allen is 101 years old, and
beautiful thing.
Yeah, this is just this is Sun Ra for anybody that's never heard of him or seen him. But yeah, we take inspiration from Sun Ra. And that's a movie. If you haven't seen Space is a Place, go watch that movie.
Yeah.
And report back. But basically, and there's some really good documentaries too of Sun Ra.
And a lot of audio of lectures.
Yeah.
You haven't really experienced the lectures like Sun Ra.
Yeah.
Until you listen to him talk.
Right.
It's like he's talking about something that you actually be like, if somebody else was talking like him, you'd say he was an idiot, fool, get him out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But Sun Ra is talking some stuff that you believe it. You be like, you really believe me? Like, okay. He's like, I'm not from this planet.
Right.
And you believe it. You be like, oh, okay. No, I'm not from here. Yeah, so
it looks like I guess they got the full Spaces of Places up on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's been on and off over the years because it would get taken down for copyright, but I guess they're not taking it down, or whatever the Steelworker record, maybe they own the copyright. Yeah, this was on heavy rotation. I used to watch this all the time. And he's talking about, he's like, I'm gonna take he was just looking for a few few young black people to take. He says, I'm gonna just take y'all, and he's like, leave the earth before the earth basically implodes on itself. But yeah, so that's that.
Well, I don't know. Have you hit your hourly quota here?
yeah, I think we almost hit the 4-hour mark.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's I don't want to feel cheated.
What's that noise? Was that Hanif back here?
That's Hanif, yeah.
Making noise.
He just walked in.
So Hanif, he ain't got arrested yet.
No.
He's like, we're gonna trespass. We're gonna trespass. He's like, what? Like, give me your ID.
Yeah, he's here. He hears you. He hears you.
Yeah.
He was out. Was you down on your spot?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did it go all right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Was it Hanif? You want to say something? Get him, and he can say hi to.
Is it you want to say something?
Are y'all live?
We're live, yeah. I don't know how you can get on here.
Y'all on YouTube?
Can you can
just pop his head over.
Here, just stick your head over here.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. You know.
What's going on? How you holding down Bigo? Is Bigo still?
I'm about to say, when you
exists?
gonna come over to the Livest Network?
Man, I thought that app was gonna be shut down by now. They proved me wrong.
It's been getting a ton of warnings and all that stuff for years. You should have been known that.
Well, I just didn't
You're
think
the
it
only
was gonna
one.
last
You're
that
the only
long.
one that ever been banned from Bigo.
I mean, they took it out. They took it off of Apple and Android for a minute,
man,
and then they brought it back.
They banned Spira from Bigo, man. That's like that's low rank, man. Like damn, Spira.
Yeah, like what?
You got banned from Bigo.
That was yeah.
That's on your credit scores and shit. God damn.
Yeah, they bring it. Yeah, they run the license plate. It's like you know,
Bigo. Oh man,
yeah,
you got banned
on
from
Bigo.
Like oh shit, you know, it's gonna be an extra $2. You know,
but yeah, like I say, been on there. Shoot, the app is still going strong. Got new features.
New features.
Yeah.
Like what? New beans. You
can use double screen.
Okay.
Yeah. You can actually like move the screen around and stuff, but yeah, you can use double screen on the single live now.
Okay.
And you're an agent, right?
No, I'm still.
Are you like a full time? You get like a salary, a Bigo salary?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you would do really well on there.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. They'd kick him off every time he tried to say something. They'd be like,
"No, what I'm saying is you would do really well if you dedicate at least 2 hours a day, 30 hours a month." Shoot.
Well, that's too much time.
I'm telling you.
I mean, I don't know how much time you invest in streaming on YouTube.
Not 30 hours a month.
4 hours, like right now. Just do 4 hours streaming.
4 hours a month, you know.
You got.
Oh, you see, Brother Air is freezing up again.
Chat. Or
the internet feed got messed up. Let's see if it recovers.
What's the little donation thing on?
I can hear him.
But there we go. It sounds like the audio's back.
Oh,
okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now it's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah, Brady said universe is cutting off the
I was going to ask you, Spira, doesn't YouTube have a certain quota that y'all hit every?
No,
he's only on there. He's
like
not
you
on
don't
there.
have to.
I can't hear you. You got the.
No, there's
His
no
Wi-Fi
quota.
Got the chipmunk sound going.
The chip was that my side or?
No, it sounds good now, but for some reason it.
Yeah, it keeps on.
Well, you froze again. But I think that's on your side because you froze up. You froze again.
I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. There you go. Let's see if I can. What?
It's like the audio's better when you turn when you don't have a camera. Oh, I guess he left. Is he gonna leave and come back? So yeah, so that's that. I definitely appreciate everybody plugging in tonight and being here and plugging in. Yeah, praise. These free streams are supposed to cut out at least a few times each podcast. Yeah, it's a tradition. It is a tradition. And y'all doing Bigos. It's BIGO, Bigo, which yeah, it's a weird platform, but Hanif loves it. So let's see. So yeah, but yeah, okay, here we go. Let's see. You back? See, you don't see your camera. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yep. I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah. There a particular quota that hit on YouTube?
No, I was.
Yeah, like
there's
a
no
little
quota
system that y'all have. Oh, there's
no.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah, there's no slave quota. Right. You just do what you want to do.
All right. So yeah, so we Cincinnati.
What's that? Say that again.
For some reason I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think we got it in. I think we let them know how we feel. So, so yeah, so I was just signing off, and yeah, let everybody.
All you squares in Cincinnati. All right. Well, I'm good, man. This was can you hear me?
Yeah, it's coming in and out, but we can kind of you want to sign off, do your last.
No, I was just saying.
Give you.
I'm just like, hey, what I'm doing with this this therapy piece, man. You know, like I'm offering, you know, some therapy to those who choose who thinks that they can use some of that. So we're gonna get ready to do that, and folks in Cincinnati really kind of understand that if you're just gonna be sit around and be a part of the buffoonery, then you get what you get. And if you're sitting around wondering why your life is not working out like it's supposed to be or like you want it to be, then you know, it's kind of like you impose your own prison. You did, because that doesn't pose to happen in 2025. Not the way that supermarket came on the scene.
Right.
It just shouldn't have been able to just from an elder
welcomed with open arms.
Going to some younger people and telling them, like, hey, you know, you got to come in a different fashion. You got to teach, not be afraid to teach, and somebody knows something. You know what I mean? Somebody knows something. You can't be afraid to let people know that you know something. But you know, that's how docile the Cincinnati conscious community is. They, you know, just a bunch of phonies, and they dress the part. Like I said, it ain't about nothing. So, you know, it's like we'll take up the plight and represent from wherever we at, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no.
So thanks, Spira, for doing this, man. You dig, and we'll be coming to a town near you.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully. You know, things is getting ready to roll out on a different piece. You know, it's getting ready to unfold from the whole Mucus-free life family. You know, so I'm getting ready to get more intense and just do more. You know, just do more physiologically. I'm gonna attempt to do you know, more physiologically with a lot more dry fasting. You know, for me, that's my plan. So yeah, man, I'm good, man. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we hadn't done this in a while, but yeah. I hope y'all appreciated or dug how we came tonight. You know, we want to be a little bit more intelligent every time we do this. You know, and you know, we want to try to get more. You know, we feel like we try to get more knowledge as we go and try to be a little bit more intelligent and a little bit more sophisticated every time we do this. So that's where I'm at. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, give it up for Brother Air, everybody. Definitely appreciate you coming on here. And like you said, we got some big things on the horizon. And one last time, I invite anybody, if you want to join us, Mucus-free Life membership, go on ahead and click the link and plug in. That's how you plug in with me that way. Brother Air, he's going to have his way to plug in with him that you had to just watch out for. And, you know, we're going to be taking things to the next level. So I appreciate everybody being on here. Thank you all so much. Thanks to everybody in the research and development team and the community development team, and all the work that's happening behind the scenes. Is we got a real good foundation, and it's about time to take off. So until next time, everybody, peace, love, and breath.
We are mucus-free. 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 We are mucus-free.